I am going live. Let's pick up with a little bit of a recap from last time. I have done the same thing, so be prepared to adjust your levels if necessary for my Discord volume.
Last time, in the span of just a few days, the party faced profound and harrowing events. Timothy, once again visited by dreams, encountered a spectral figure he believed to be his mother, this time revealed in noble armor. She charged him with a sacred duty passed down by his ancestors to protect what is right and preserve the light of life and goodness in a world shrouded in darkness. Before the dream faded, she revealed a mausoleum filled with his fallen kin, urging him to seek out their resting places for strength, a journey he believes will take him to Uprathia on his home continent. Trouble also stirred as Tinka received a distressing message from the gift twins, Lucilla and Drusilla. The Otterfolk navigator Kai was missing from the boat that returned to Ferungal, and he had been left behind in Manway Bay during the party's hasty retreat after releasing the Titan Rakdos. With the help of Anna's father, they sent the Archfey on a mission to retrieve him, though his fate remains uncertain. Further, tragedy struck as Captain Tide was handed a tear-stained note found in Sana's quarters. In it, Sana poured out her grief over the death of her beloved Callista, the red-haired elf she called Cherry, and unleashed her despair upon the party. She accused them of filling her with false hope, condemning them as harbingers of doom, who, despite their supposed heroism, only brought death and despair in their wake. Her own torment, driving her to take her life, left the party to find nothing but a piece of her blouse caught in the ship's railing. These events sparked a deep and somber discussion among the party. It became clear that not all members stood in one accord, whether about the events of Sana and Callista's fate, nor about the greater mission they had been tasked with. Viz spoke of their goals, not just to defeat the spreading evil, but to cherish the lives of the many and reject the dark magics that corrupt and destroy, those like blood magic and necromancy. He emphasized the importance of accepting life as it is, and the natural order, the temporary time that all life is given. He resolved to sacrifice himself if necessary for the greater good, a further stark reminder of his belief that no life is more valuable than another. Without placing blame, his words resonated as a call to arms, to embrace the time-bound calling placed upon the group, to carry out the mission of reaching the fountain so that he may be fully restored, but afterward, to pursue the greater calling set before them, to close the rifts, find the epoch shards, and stop the blood mage Morrigan and her spread of evil and corruption once and for all. As secrets and lies come to light, the party is left to confront the unresolved tensions within their ranks. Vixandra's fate remains unspoken between the gnome and her would-be companion. Hemothi, confessing his intention to possibly use the wish coin he carries to return his father to the land of the living, now stands convicted by Viz's stance on such magics. And Silwyn still seeks a way to break her pact and separate herself from the darkness she carries. The ship draws close to the Narrows, less than a day away. Tension still lingers in the air as the group must grapple with a choice. Do they pursue the righteous calling and accept the fate of heroes, no matter the circumstance? Or are there some who abandon that calling and accept what time they have on this planet, ignorant of the impending second convergence. The Narrows is the last stop before stepping into what will be a moment of no return. What happens next is for them to decide.
And that's where we pick up today. A day away from the Narrows, with thoughts and emotions still lingering in the air from last night's conversation. So, I give it over to you. Anything anyone wants to do in these moments?
Got nothing.
I want to double check our surroundings.
Okay. Do a quick perception for me. Awesome. Yeah, you don't see any sign of, like, what are you looking for? Just anything? We start there.
Only ships.
Only
The ships, or maybe if there's like anything big, like moving underwater.
Okay. Nothing out of the ordinary as far as like what you see on the water. You do catch glimpses here and there of like ribbon fish and silverfish, dark kind of underneath the water in the moonlight. So you catch these little like silver sides glinting underneath the water. Things you would expect to see. Far off in the distance, though, you do see a ship, and in fact, it's just because between your dark vision and like your high perception of being a sailor, you notice that there is a ship. You can make out its sails are just standard white sails. Nothing that would give any indication of Nixie.
Wait, you said that wouldn't or would? Give
Would not. No,
indication of
I mean
Nixie?
Nixie
Oh,
has
okay.
purple sails. Svak has red sails, and the other guy has gray sails. It'd all be hard to see in this light.
Okay. I'm gonna run to wherever Tide is and just inform him that I see a ship off of whatever direction the ship it's off
Yeah,
of.
your starboard side.
Starboard.
Starboard. Tide? Any response? Feel free to text the RP. Perhaps.
And a second in command, right?
Leon.
Leon is second in command. I'm like
Oh.
third.
Okay. Well then, he's dead.
Yeah, what does the ship look like? It's when you point it out, Dizud, you can really kind of clearly make it out. It's an old, tattered wooden ship, made of like an oak, what you would expect of a regular ship. And Tide, what you know of this area is this is probably not an uncommon ship to see sailing out of what would have been the harbor or port at Nightfall Narrows. The ships down there are old. This looks like an older ship, right? The sails are patchworked. They're put together and held together with different elements of what were probably other sails that were salvaged. And it's at this juncture doesn't look to be coming towards you or anything. It's just kind of like the ships passing in the night, and probably even to the point that they don't even necessarily see you. Pay them no mind. They aren't here for us.
Okay. I might go around the cabins and start like dimming some of the lights.
Good call. Yeah, just in case, for sure. Yeah, it doesn't take terribly long, especially if you grab some of your reavers to dim the lights. And it's, you guys are in this polar night, this perpetual night. So at this juncture, like, it's certainly dark out, and you can barely make out like a glint of their own, probably like a light that's above deck, and you see it moving against the direction that it's sailing in, so it seems like someone walking across the deck or walking back towards the rear of the ship, but it doesn't seem to stop or anything.
Okay, then I'll just yeah, like I said, I'll dim the lights and I'll just stand on the deck and keep an eye in that direction, see if they change their heading.
Cool. Anything else from anyone else? If not, continue to sail on. You are I mean, it's hours, maybe 20 or so hours you expect to get into the port. As the time progresses, Sariel does come up and remind those who are in charge, Duzu, you over the Reavers, Anna over the crew in general, and Leon and Tide. There is a body on board that you need to make a decision about whether to leave here or if it's something you want to take care of once you get to the Narrows. But it's up to you. But right now, she's just kind of sitting in the medical bay, decomposing.
You said we're less than a day away now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, I'm probably not the best person for this, but I imagine we can take like canvas and prepare the body for burial when we reach land.
Yeah, and Tide's suggestion is like a sea burial. You could do the same thing, right? You could take that canvas and wrap it up and throw some. You guys do have like cannonballs, heavyweight things, if you wanted to sink her. And now
old yeet.
Yeah, the old yeet. And now that Santa's not here, there's nothing stopping you from that, right? She's just meat, for lack of a better phrasing.
We're not gonna eat her.
I don't know, Duzud wants to eat everything.
No, I won't even go that far. Now, if it was that little goblin, maybe.
You're not allowed to eat beef.
I mean, I think...
Which sounds really funny out of context.
Right.
I was about to say, I like beef. I like a good ribeye.
What time is it?
It's really hard to say. It's been night since you've been traveling the last few days, so you don't really know. It's just perpetually dark. I don't know if anyone has like that feat that does true time, but if not, it's really hard to say.
I gotcha.
Is the other ship close enough that if we eat the body, they're going to see what we did?
If you're asking that in character, you can make a... Let's call this a survival check.
Oh my god, bad rolls again. Okay.
Hard to say. Maybe, maybe not. Depends on where it goes. I think if you do weigh it down, probably not. Even with a 9, probably not. But you would need to weigh it down. If you just threw it overboard, it's really hard to say.
Okay, then yeah, I say yeet.
I think we should wait and bury her on land. Try to make it as respectful as possible.
I'm in favor of that since we're so close to land. But if Tide's hard stuck on getting her off the ship right now, then
I could give you... There's probably some more context to give you guys to help you make this decision. Duzu, you know about this place. Tide, you know about this place. The Narrows is not a place where anything good happens. It's a place of brigands and thieves. Finding anything like a true burial plot is going to be tough. In fact, you'd almost expect that, like, if you just showed up with a body, I think both of you would just know this. It's likely that also might have some questions.
That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point.
But yeah, the concept wouldn't be foreign for grave robbers, right? To see if she had anything on her. It's hard to say.
Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I'm okay with
With
burying
that,
her
like,
at sea
yeah, in
then.
mind, yeah, that sounds good to bury her
Okay,
at sea.
yeah.
I was really thinking about where we were going. I was just imagining a beach, so I was like, oh, I guess it.
Yeah, I just kind of imagined her going to the bottom of the sea and fish eating her, and I was like, that doesn't feel respectful.
Well, I
I
mean,
mean, the worms are gonna eat you on the ground. Like,
true. And if it's
Yeah,
a
but
sand
you
burial,
you
it's
Cremation
also
is the
just
gross.
only
kind of
way
like
to not get eaten.
dissolve. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. I'm in favor for the sea burial. I suppose we can get the reavers to help prepare her, and then
we'll have Leon say some prayers.
Yeah.
yeah, that sounds perfect.
Yeah. So over about the course of an hour, you do find some of your own we'll call it sheet sail, kind of like heavy canvas that you can wrap her in, some rope lashings, so you can basically enclose her entire body in what would be like a sea casket. Yeah, it's all cloth, all canvas, and then yeah, you can weigh her down. The way these usually go at sea, for those who are the sailors, you do usually have some kind of ceremony. Um, those who have fallen, especially in battle, are placed on a plank of wood, where they're held up over the sea. And then anybody who wants to say last rites and words can. And then the last piece is just stating her name so that she'll be remembered. And then she's lowered into the water. So if anyone has anything particular they want to say, they can.
I don't have anything specific for Leon to say, but seeing as he's probably the appropriate person here, he will very somberly give like a just like a typical, like a Tetrois speech and cast her off, I guess.
Yeah. From life to life and dust to dust, back to the earth we come. Yeah, I mean, you speak words over her. You give a little blessing. It's a very honoring series of moments, and the crew does all gather on the deck of the ship as she's lowered into the water, and you do, as you continue sailing onward, see her body drift below the surface and down until it's out of sight. And otherwise, you keep drifting, keep sailing onward. A couple more hours pass. 5 or 6. The crew starts to get a little restless, anxious maybe about coming into the Narrows, but overall there does seem to be a little bit of a buzz, especially since there was the last piece of land you were on was with the Hydra and the city that was down quite a few people from being fed upon. But as you're coming in, you do eventually, what you expect to be maybe an hour or two out, you start to make out, especially Duzud with that perception. I'll use the same perception roll. Do make out these twinkles of light along the coast. If there's any final preparations you want to do before entering in, then you can. Otherwise, we'll go in. Other pieces, I'll just remind you, you're on a ship with a giant golden lion on the front. I don't know if that matters going into a place of thieves, but if there's anything you wanted to do, try and disguise or prepare yourself just mentally or physically, whatever it may be. Now's a good time.
I'll definitely do last checks with the reavers, make sure they have like any of the ones that are coming with us, like off the ship, have like the proper materials and stuff, and then the ones that are guarding the ship have, I don't know if we're zipping up the ship or however we're doing it, but having them get things ready for that.
Yeah, you probably do end up with two separate set of folks. There's those who are going to go ashore and those who will intentionally stay behind for like receiving purposes. As you're doing this, Brenwyn comes up and he actually pulls Anna into this conversation to talk about like just the few things that they think you'll need on this next leg, any last little pieces of like clothing for like heat and warmth. He talks about the types of rations that are likely to be best on this leg of a journey, and tells you that you're probably, I don't know, only 30 gold or so to be able to get all the things you need, because it's not been long since this previous port. You haven't been sailing for months. But Duzud, he pulls you aside and says, "Hey, boss, you know they paid us when we started this. It was about 2 months ago. If we're gonna go on this next leg, can we get paid up front for this next leg of the journey? And the boys are gonna get a little anxious if we don't have anything to show for it."
That's a good point. Most of the time, I feel like I would be in like my like initial thing would just be like leave the money worrying to me and kind of dismiss them, but just with like Duzud's proper like prior knowledge of the Narrows and knowing how kind of like spooky they are or like harrowing, I don't want this crew turning on us because like they don't have any initiative. So I'll reassure this guy, and I'll probably go to whoever's managing the money and say we need to get these guys paid.
Yeah. So Leon is usually the one that has the purse.
That's perfect.
Yeah. Leon, for you, just kind of like housekeeping thing, 375 if you guys want to pay for another month. As you're having this conversation, also Kalen, Six, and Zafira come into the equation. If you want to keep them on board, they're skilled workers. If you decide not to, then it's 125 a month for them on top of it. So that could be like a total of roughly 500 gold.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason we don't want to retain their services for the upcoming trek to the mysterious fountain through icy conditions. So I'm gonna pay them.
Cool.
You
Yeah.
don't want to leave them on Spooky Bandit Island?
No, I don't think that's it. Yeah.
I was gonna say I don't think they would want. You might actually be able to pay the two new ones a little bit less if you
Right.
if they don't want to get off
will
here and be like, well, you guys
absolutely-
can get paid.
Yeah, I would bet like Duzud, if you're seeing how much these guys get paid, there would be an element of you being like, why are they getting paid so much? There are a lot more of us than there are these three people. Absolutely, you can
Yeah.
negotiate that if you wanted to.
Well, I kind of understand we are, one thing other than there's a lot of things the Reavers are known for. One thing is that they're cheap, so
Right.
I understand that part of it, but I'll mention to Leon like 125 gold seems like a steep price, especially for some desperate fellas.
Well, yes, but we're going to a dangerous spot. Shouldn't we compensate them for that too?
Oh, I'm not saying we shouldn't compensate them. I'm just saying they might be a little bit more convinced to stay with us because of the nature of the island.
If we give them less?
Yes. We need to be economical about these things.
Wouldn't they be more convinced to stay with us if we give them more?
They're not going to want to abandon our ship and stay on this island. I'll tell you what. Give me the 125 gold. And I'll sort it out for you.
Can Anna be there for this conversation?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, it's your job to
Yeah.
like, be responsible for the crew. You would be present for sure.
I don't know how comfortable I feel giving you the 125 gold. I understand what you're saying about.
Can I attempt to persuade these individuals? But I know what I'm talking about.
You can, but Anna, you're gonna get the opposed insight at advantage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna make me roll it.
I have training about dealing with how much to pay people,
Right.
regardless.
She's noble born and has been trained in managing households.
Yeah, I only got a 10.
Yeah.
Damn.
Don't even need that one. You don't believe it.
Leon looks to Anna for guidance here.
I understand what both arguments are saying, quite frankly. If we can afford it, then I see no problem with the price that we've set. It does seem a little unfair to give them. How much more are we giving them than we're giving the Reavers?
There's like 2 new people, and there's like how many Reavers do we have?
Yeah, there's
including me?
like 12 Reavers to the 3 new people, and this is a third of what they get. So it's pretty significant. It's like they're getting paid more, but the Reavers are considered unskilled laborers, where these are very skilled laborers.
Yeah, that's I kind of figured that was the case. Like I understand the argument of what are they going to do? Leave? And yes, they'll be more convinced to stay for 125 gold. They'd be even more convinced to stay for 500 gold. There's an amount of gold that they'd be convinced to stay for, and it's not necessarily 125. And I don't know if that argument made any sense, or
Like
if it just
that's
makes
just
sense
what
in my
they've
head.
offered to stay, but they could have highballed you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha.
Yeah, given their past experience though, and given I think we should just go with the amount that they've offered. That would be my vote. However, I will defer to what the captain and the first mate think if they have a different opinion. But my opinion would be to just, if we can afford it and it's not a huge drain on our coffers, then I think we kind of need to buy their loyalty a little bit, given their history.
Okay. Leon agrees strongly. in a
I just wanted to
tone.
explain my whole mindset with
It's
to
a very
these two
good
respective
mindset
people
as well.
to be yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was pretty much like you caught like a whiff of it with that insight check that I was just trying to take the 125 gold.
Yeah,
Like,
that wasn't a whiff of it. I knew that
Flat out
straight
got
up.
So I
Why
guess,
would I give you 125 gold for other people?
yeah, because
that doesn't make sense.
it wasn't saving any money. I was just gonna give them 100 gold, and then I was gonna be like, yeah, see, I really showed them. But then I was like, you know, it's mom sending you out to the grocery store to get bread. I wasn't gonna bring that change back up again.
That's why I wanted to make sure Anna was there for the conversation to be like, excuse me.
Yeah, so that sounds fine, and I'm sure the Reavers are. I wouldn't say the Reavers are unskilled. I just think they're only a tiny bit good at a lot of things. You know.
The mechanic is they're unskilled.
Yeah, that's
they have no proficiencies.
They're priced for different things. The Reavers have maybe been on other ships before and have experience. These guys have been on big ships with big crews and were specifically picked for their experience. So it's like somebody who graduated high school versus somebody who went to college.
Well, you might not think we're skilled, but old Joe there can spit 20 yards off.
No, I never said that you were unskilled.
Dude, you do count it. There are 3 skilled workers. We broke these down into tiers. There was like a very entry tier, which is like mostly goblins and kobolds, who would have been like less than skilled or less than unskilled, probably would have just been like a detriment. And then there was like the Reavers as this mid tier, and then the high tier would have been like all skilled workers. Everybody has proficiency at everything. Very specialized in their roles. Duzud, you're definitely one of them.
I'm trying to save face more than anything else.
Right.
Especially
don't give Duzud the skill. He doesn't do anything.
Especially if there's any Reavers that are moving around us as we're like discussing this. I want to act like I'm going to bat for my boys.
Yeah, and they like definitely kind of pick up on it, and you hear grumblings from the back like, yeah, that's right, I could spit 20 yards.
All right, yeah, I think I'm fine with like payment or whatever.
Cool.
How much do I get again? I can't remember.
You get 100.
Doing. Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you take the lion's share of it.
I gotta find my gold.
Leon, can we afford this? Oh, yes, we can.
Yeah, you guys still have a
I'll go in and
3,000.
yeah, we're fine. As long as we don't spend it willy-nilly, we can make it last a while.
Yeah.
Where's
Last.
the gold at again? Is it
And
inventory?
By the way, I forgot
Oh,
to
fine.
say it, but Anna will do one more like look around inventory, and then the rest of the time, be working on clothes that she can sell.
Right. Perfect. Did you find it, James?
Yep, I found it.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, last mechanical thing is like as you're getting ready to come into port, you have to make a decision on where do you dock or where do you moor. Are you going to be like trying to go right into the docks? You know from historical background in this area, there are docks that you can get into, or you could anchor offshore and take rowboats in. Those are good things to have prepped before going in.
Personal history for like Duzud. Has he been here before or no?
You've been here. It would have been like a long time ago with like under Nixie. What do you want to know specifically?
I want to determine if I know of any like. I imagine not all of our like business down here was above board. So
Yeah, it's very unsavory.
maybe if I know of any like secret ports or beaches that we can land at that we won't attract a lot of attention that aren't too far from our destination.
Give me a history check.
Okay. History. -3. 0.
Nope.
Where are we?
Oh God.
Yeah, you're very uncertain. But you do remember, just for kicks and giggles, you do remember that there are basically two ways in which people come into the board. Some do choose to sail all the way in. There are big enough docks for it. Usually there's a cost associated with it compared to if you just do rowboats coming in. The downside is you can't all disembark onto a dock if you're mooring out at sea. You have to take these rowboats in about 6 to 8 at a time.
Okay. I'll let Ty know and we can decide how we want to depart when we reach land. Anna, did you say you were gonna check inventory?
Yes.
Okay. Should she roll to see if there's like a percent chance that like some stuff is missing or something?
I'll say not right now because it's been such a short
Okay.
period of time. There's not really anything that could have gone anywhere. It's only been like a few days since you got back on
It's
the ship
mostly
in the first place.
it's mostly just doing a list of like, okay, what do we
What
need?
do you have?
It's
What do you
like
need? Yeah.
what exactly? It's not necessarily checking to see if anything is missing, though that would come up comparatively. It's
Yeah.
more making a shopping list.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
and
yeah, it's like, as far as rations go, I feel like Dude's very good at skimming such a tiny amount off the top. It's almost not noticeable. You know what I mean? Like you steal something in your room, like cereal, you just take a little bit of it.
if you were doing that thus far, yes, I'd have her roll for something that hasn't been indicated you were doing.
I mean, I assumed I was doing that throughout this journey, but it's only been a couple days. Like, I am very much making a point of not making it noticeable. But get a little extra jerky for myself.
like
Maybe
a
for
slightly
my,
bigger piece.
maybe for like the El Presidente Club, like my 4 homies, like they get a little
Okay.
bit extra piece of jerky.
I like it. Yeah. Okay. Now that that's established, 100%, Anna, I'm gonna make you roll to see if you notice anything about the stores dwindling.
Okay,
But
what
not
am
not
Like
right
I said,
now.
it's not like a
Okay.
ridiculous amount either. It's like, but
Yeah,
you know.
just a little.
If she was like crazy about bookkeeping, she might notice like, oh, there's like that small crate of like premium jerky. Went missing. Where is that?
I counted 300 pieces last time, and now there's 289. Something's
Exactly.
wrong.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going for.
Yeah, and I would say like because it's been a short period of time, like if you find that stuff, Anna, you would think it's probably just like something to chalk up to spoilage, right? Just like, oh well, we were
Yeah.
going through this, we realized this was a bad one, so we tossed it overboard or something like that.
Oh, we were being spoiled. You know?
Cool. So yeah, final decisions. Go into the port or more offshore. Either or. Tide, you're gonna have final say on this.
Choose wisely.
Okay, so mooring offshore is probably the way to do that. With that kind of last piece of preparation, it really is up to you guys who's going to go. I think some of the Reavers will for sure go. If any of the party wants to go, you can declare that, and we'll say it happens. I'm not going to make us like do super potent rolls or anything like that. So as you get close, the lights on the shore go brighter, and you can kind of start to make out in quite a bit more detail what this port looks like. It's a bit shoddy and has rotting wood and like old moorings near these like really weathered docks. At least here, it's like by comparison of the last port, like super clean to sail into. There's no rocks or anything like that, so disembarking is easier. But you do have to take a couple rowboats in. You have the rowboats. That's not like they're not pictured, but you have them. So two different groups are able to get all the way in. Tide, it's been a long time since you've been here. Same for you, Duzud. In fact, for you, Tide, the last time you were here was when you made this journey before. Duzud, you've been here probably a few times. But Tide, the last time for you was specifically on this last journey, the last time you tried to get to the fountain. It is a town that's filled with thieves and criminals, outcasts, and all manner of just unsavory folk. And those who choose to call the Narrows homes usually do so just because there's nowhere else for them to go in society. It happens out of like necessity. Same thing with trade. Trade happens out of necessity. And those who sail in and kind of out of this port, just like you saw, usually keep a close watch on their corn purse, and they're usually not like super well off to do. But that's the nature of being this far south. The sun never rises, so it seems, and it's just a place where people do each other dirty. Let's show you what the Narrows looks like.
I feel like I'm in my element.
Yeah, you really do. Coming from like a specifically piracy background.
The few Reavers we do take, I definitely want to, like, if any of them are, if it's their first time here, I want to let them know to, like, dress down and not have anything shiny sticking out of their pockets.
Oh, yeah, good call.
You know, have everything secure. Like, I'm going to make a point of, like, making myself not look very, like, I want to blend in. I don't want to look very, like, well off.
Yeah.
I might even leave my, the majority of my gold on the ship.
Okay.
For this trip.
Yeah, they absolutely all put on just like worn cloaks, and again it's cold, so like the fur kind of stuff, maybe they pull that off because that's not something that would be worn, but going cold here makes a lot of sense. So they all just have like these pretty tattered cloaks, things that they're able to put on to try and blend in. Looking out over the docks, you see this kind of twisted silhouette of the town. It's got buildings that are leaning, they're not like really in good condition, but they're leaning precariously over these like narrow cobblestone streets. The air is thick as you're rowing in with this scent of like salt and damp wood, and there's this unmistakable tang of decay. The docks themselves are like this sprawling mess of splintered planks and creaking timbers, and they're really barely held together with these frayed ropes and rusty nails. There's a few ships in the harbor, varying size, and they all look similarly weathered and scarred, so it's probably a good idea to stay offshore. And they just kind of like float listlessly in the water. You see lanterns that are hung dimly, and they're not like fully lit up, maybe just like old soot-worn lanterns. Lights kind of vary in their brightness. And you can see this ever-present fog that's like casting a faint, like sickly yellow on like a gathering crowd not far from where you have landed. And looking out over the scene, there's a throng of people who are restless. You see a multitude of shadowy figures clad in these ragged cloaks and hoods. Many of their faces are obscured, but you catch the occasional glint of an eye as the lanterns flicker. You hear murmurs amongst them and whispers kind of coming through the crowd, these hushed tones. But above it all, you do hear the voice of a crier. It's a harsh voice echoing kind of across the docks.
for the crimes of skimming from the take, conspiring with authorities against the Order, and sabotaging the Order's operations, Baldric Barrows. You are hereby sentenced to death by hanging, to be carried out this day, the 32nd of Frostvale, in the year 5936 of the Third Age. You may now speak your final words before the sentence is carried out.
As the crowd parts slightly, you can more clearly make out the grim scene ahead of you at the gallows. It's a pretty crude structure of aged wood and rough-hewn rope. It's built slightly just above ground height on this makeshift platform, and the noose dangles loosely around Baldric's neck, or this individual's neck, swinging slightly in whatever little bit of breeze may be coming through off the cold ocean. You can see the man, shoulder slumped and head hung low, his face weathered by years at sea, marked with the lines of many hard-fought battles, and you assume, those who have never met this man, this is probably Baldric Barrows, and Duzud, you know it. You've met him. In fact, you know him from previous journeys. You sailed under Nixie before the Silent Serpent was as widespread as they now seem to be. It would have been probably 10 years or more since you last saw him, and his face is much more grizzled and well-worn, but it's definitely him. Back then, the Serpents were more a group of just lawless types, not necessarily murderers and thieves, but those who believed that the laws established across continents were too strict, not always in the best interest of the free man, and that's what the Serpents stood for, was just freedom. We should be able to do what we want. That was the origin of maybe piracy back then. But you see him, and his head raises slowly, turning to face the crowd, and his eyes scan out over the sea of faces with a mixture of, I think you would probably make it out as defiance and sorrow, all wrapped into one expression. And the crowd kind of falls quiet, and they wait. He speaks.
I didn't take that taffy.
Look at what we've become. An order built on lies and greed and the blood of the innocent. We were meant to be more than this. More than thieves squabbling over scraps. More than killers striking from the shadows. We've lost our way, blinded by corruption that festers at the heart of the serpent. You see that he pauses, and his gaze sweeps across the crowd, searching for any glimmer of understanding, but you see none. I do not fear death, for I've lived it every day under the weight of the serpent's yoke. But know this, my blood will not wash away the stain of your sins. It will openly deepen it. There's still time to change, to seek redemption before the serpent devours us all, but it will not be in my lifetime. You see a hangman, his large, brutish figure masked with a tattered hood and a white symbol crudely drawn across the face. It's a skull and crossbones with a snake's tail coming from its mouth as if it's like a tongue. He steps forward and grabs the end of the noose and secures it firmly around Baldric's neck as he draws the rope tight. Baldric doesn't flinch. Instead, he fixes his gaze on the horizon, staring deeply into the perpetual blackness of this polar night. He speaks one final word. May my death serve as a reminder that no chain is unbreakable and no lie can bind forever. With those final words, you see the hangman pull a lever, and a trapdoor beneath him opens quickly, and Baldric falls into the floor below. You hear no snap or crack as you would expect. Rather, you see his body hanging, face growing red and turning purple as he sways. Moments pass as he continues writhing. His body holds on and lingers far longer than it should. You hear pained grunts and the sound of choking from the noose not really quite doing its work. These moments seem to drag on for ages. You watch him struggle until two stronger-looking men step from the crowd and begin to weigh down his body. They put all of their weight onto his legs. You see, with their addition, his air passage finally closes. He struggles in the noose, desperately gasping for air and convulsing violently, but no relief comes, and then, eventually, stillness. You see his eyes glaze over, and the last of his life leaves his body, and the two men step away. You hear sickening laughter begin coming from the crowd, voices here and there. Serves him right. He got what he's deserved. And then the crier speaks once again.
The serpent's justice has been wrought. Let all who stand here bear witness to the price of disloyalty. Remember this day, for the serpents see all, and none escape retribution.
Duzud, give me 2 checks. First, an insight, and second, a perception. The DC is only 10. Looking around, you start to notice them. His mask, you notice it on an inn or tavern. You notice it on the flag next to the gallows. This is her Jolly Roger, the symbol of the serpent. It hangs outside of businesses and windows, and it's carved into doors. You quickly are realizing just how ingrained the silent serpents are here. It wasn't like this before, but these people, her order, is much larger than it was the last time you sailed under her. It's grown significantly just in the last year or so. This will not be a safe place to stay.
Okay, I'll relay that to everyone. I'm gonna go to my crew and just be like, love that guy. Talking about that guy that just got
Baldric.
here. Yeah.
See, that's why we practice our death speeches, because, you know, situations like that. You want to go out like that.
Are you saying this openly and loudly?
I'm saying it to, like, the inner circle.
Give me a stealth check.
Okay. This doesn't have to be a disadvantage because it's just
No,
voice,
it's just
right?
straight roll.
Okay.
DC is 10.
I gotta. Flat.
You do catch a glimpse as you're saying this that, like, you might be lucky right now because there's a lot of distraction. But if Baldric knew you, there might be others. You guys are in a town that seems to be Nixie's. She's not here, obviously. She was behind you. But right now, you seem safe.
Why did they call this place the Narrows again?
There's not, like, really any particular reason other than, like, the narrowness of the roads, and life doesn't really live here. People don't, like, survive here and thrive here. Just narrowly getting by by the skin of their teeth.
I'm gonna talk to the inner circle and be like,
You know the real reason they call this place the Narrows? There's narrow chance you visit this place and leave with what you came with. It might be a few gold pieces, or it might be your life. Everybody have your wits about ye.
Make for me a persuasion or intimidation.
which one of those am I cooler at? Oh, they're the same.
Yeah, you say that, and everyone, like, a lot of times the Reavers are hard to handle, right? They are all very self-minded, and they want to do their own thing. But when you say this and they've just witnessed this scene, they all get very hushed and still, and it's almost like you've noticed them blend in with the crowd, where previously you might have stuck out a little bit, but now they seem to be aware about the seriousness of this, the danger that's present, especially since you've been looking for Nixie this entire time.
Good. That's what I wanted to get across.
Great. After a little while, the crowd does begin to scatter. You see Baldric's body just stays. They don't cut it down. They just leave it. Perhaps an example. The crowd dispels. You guys have time. What do you want to do?
So, first off, I'm sorry, I zoned out a little bit. Are we all there, or just a couple people?
I would say anybody who wanted to go ashore would have been able to do so. I would imagine you especially would have gone. Yes.
Someone went to shore because she's all about playing some loots for some loots. I thought it was good.
That was pretty good.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say I think Anna's trying to look poor.
Okay.
I don't think she's doing
Probably
the
would've.
greatest job in the world.
She's very posh looking Paul.
I think she looks like a rich person trying not to look like a rich person, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's fine. So I'll have you give me.
So Ivanka Trunk at the GSIP summit. Sorry. I'm sorry.
There's one banana. How much does it cost? $10?
I think she has a commoner's cloak on, but she's got perfect posture.
Right. Give
And
me,
her teeth are all there. Yeah.
give me a stealth at disadvantage. The DC is still only 10 in this place. It seems like people are still a little bit distracted, but disadvantage. Oof.
Oh,
Not good, man.
seems accurate.
You
Oh,
do
the
catch
3
a
out of 4.
glimpse. You do catch a glimpse just with your passive perception as you're like walking through that there are eyes on you. At the moment, doesn't seem like anything's coming of it, but you definitely notice that you are noticed.
Cool. I know it's like telling the teacher we have homework, but I felt
No,
yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna make everybody who's gonna do anything here do the same kind of thing. It's whether or not you have disadvantage or not, right? Everyone's gonna have to make a stealth check if you're trying to move about inconspicuously. It sounds like
I mean,
so
I
when
guess-
you're not trying to.
Bro, I'm a bard and I have a lute. Like, there's nothing that's like, you know what I mean? People don't typically walk around with a lute on their back.
True.
So like, I'm already gonna stand out, but I'm trying to like, do the thing where I stand out based on the fact that I'm a bard, not anything else.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Well, what are you
Yeah,
gonna
like you're
do
an entertainer.
here?
You're not like a.
Are you like
What am I gonna
trying?
do?
Are you trying to go find a place to entertain? Like what are your goals?
Yeah,
while
yep.
you're
I'm
here?
looking for a tavern. The most popular tavern. I'm trying to
That'd
get
probably
some-
be a good idea too to find a tavern for the whole party, so we can kind of
Perfect.
come up with our game plan to get to
Precisely. Precisely.
Yeah, there is one
What do we do,
tavern.
my darling? Great. I'm looking for that tavern. I'm gonna go in and be like, I'd like to play for you.
You just go up to the guy behind
Just
the bar.
walk up to the innkeeper. Because
Okay.
the guy behind the bar has got to be like the tavern keeper, right? Like,
Yeah, it's
what
it's
should
like
I play?
a
Just
really
slap salute down on the bar.
it's a really
Where should I
grizzled
set up?
old human guy. He's like a big
Perfect.
gray fella. He's got like a giant slit across his left eye. He's not wearing a patch. You just see like the remnants of where an eye might have been, all like overgrown and clearly not taken care of through the years. So it's like
He sounds
gross
like
and
he
nasty.
loves musicals.
He's polishing a glass when you get in there, and he goes, "How'd your kind get down here?"
My kind?
Yeah, them fancy taps. We don't really take too kindly to them.
Not that fancy. Thank you, though. It's really kind of you.
Fancy to me. You got a green dress on. You're walking around with some kind of fancy instrument.
It's
Oh, look at you! Got 4 strings on your instrument.
It's a lute.
Loot, liar. I don't care. What do you want?
I want a place to play.
By all
Can
means.
I play here?
Yeah, you can play here. Can't tell you. People are gonna be super thrilled about it.
All right, someone begins to immediately start trying to play like the Bolero of Fire from Zelda.
Okay.
do
Give,
do 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 do.
give me a performance. It's gonna be at disadvantage because people here are intimidating as hell. Actually, first and foremost, let's just do this about whether or not she's intimidated or not.
I wanted to. Can I just? Oh.
I rolled a nat one.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, the performance is fine.
A free drink fine. That That bard life.
The guy behind the bar is like, you don't seem to have pissed him off. I guess that's worth a drink. But he like pours this weird grog looking thing. He just like dips a glass in this really gross looking barrel, puts it down on the table, and he's like, best in the house.
Someone's gonna like squint one eye, like kind of giving it like the fuck look, and like smells it.
You do that, and he like spits into a rag and starts cleaning off another glass.
Oh!
Just tavern shit.
She closes her eyes and just chugs.
It's terrible. It is the most backwater swill. It's got chunks in it that are floating around.
Oh,
It's gross.
Oh god.
But it does
Oops,
the job.
That was the dishwater.
Immediate puke. She pukes. She pukes back into the cup when she hits the first chunk.
Yeah. As soon as you do that, he goes, weak stomach. You'll be all right.
No, I won't. I won't. Where? Looks like she's looking for the bathroom.
He
Is
just
like covering her mouth as she like tries to gag again.
He nods to a door in the back of the rear of the tavern.
She runs back to go puke in the fucking.
You open the door and it's just a street.
Whatever.
Yeah, it's an alley.
Okay, just pukes in the alley.
As this distraction's going on, I want to case the joint, see if there's any undesirable.
Give me a perception. The DC's only 5.
Well, that like I might recognize. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. DC's still only 5.
I don't like how you put that. I'm gonna roll under. Oh, okay, good.
This entire place is filled with unsavory sorts. You recognize a few of them from people that sailed under Spock, that are like established here. One of whom is like a captain level, kind of like, and I mean like military captain level. One of the people that he would have entrusted with everything. The fact that he's here and not sailing, there's a reason for it. You don't know why. Everyone here is a pirate, basically, of some or brigand or bandit, something. Everyone looks terrible, emaciated. It's like people haven't eaten enough food, and you look around and you see that like there isn't really food here, not like you would expect in a regular tavern or anything like that. It's cold, so unless they're getting shipments in, which you know for a fact that they're not. The shipments happen out of necessity, not because there's like a trade route here. No one trusts it to come here. So like food is scarce. That's why maybe all they have is swill.
Can I retcon something really quick?
Sure.
I want to before we landed, I definitely want to change up my look a bit. So I'm ditching the eye patch and cutting the beard close, and maybe applying some of my makeup to make me look a little bit more emaciated.
For sure. Let's do this as we'll just do a persuasion or performance, either one. There's not really a great roll for. Well, no, I guess it would be deception. Don't let me lie to you.
Those are all +0. Oh my god, that was so close to a 20.
I mean, your beard's trimmed. It's not trimmed well. You still mostly look like you.
Okay.
If you're trying to like avoid eyesight, you can also give me a stealth to see like, are you trying to maneuver quietly in this place? Those are two different.
Yeah, maybe
things.
I'll pop up the hood, Aragon style.
Yeah. Give me stealth. Are you saying you took off your armor? Or are you gonna have that on? It's a disadvantage if you have your armor on.
Oof. Can I have my armor with me if it's not on in this particular
Where
spot?
are you carrying it?
A big old sack.
A giant sack of armor. It will still be a disadvantage whether you've got it donned or doffed and you're carrying it with you. It's the size of a person.
Okay, well then I'll just have it on.
Yeah, so disadvantage. You're lucky. I guess if we're gonna be rolling like crap, it makes sense I am too. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anyone's noticed at this juncture. You just kind of like find a table in the corner, and it's pretty. I mean, this picture looks well lit. It's not that well lit inside. It's pretty dark.
Yeah, I'm gonna let everybody know to maybe speak like codedly where we're not saying, "Oh, we're going to the Fountain of Youth," you know, like we'll speak it like very subtly, and a lot of our information as far as where we're going is going to be, like highlighted like on a map.
Sure.
You know, or on a piece of parchment, like as we're all like sitting around the table, and I'm gonna keep an eye out for nosy Nancy's.
Cool.
As we're doing this.
Anybody else doing anything else while this is happening?
I mean, I'm just gonna establish that Himothy probably would have come with to, the tavern and everything. He probably would have just thrown a cloak over his armor and tried to like be stealthy with it. So whatever you need from me, I can do.
Yeah, same thing. Stealth. Is yours a disadvantage with the new armor? I don't think it is.
I think it's not anymore.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, it doesn't impose disadvantage on stealth. Okay.
Wow. Wow! Look at this guy.
Yeah, Himbo disappears into the crowd. You're one of these people. You look perfectly like you belong there.
Someone is still puking in the back alley.
Yeah, I mean, given the fact that, I kind of had to be, palace guard kind of, or like, do the work that I was doing, like I was able to be like a little bit like under the radar, like lower class.
Yeah, for sure. It's not foreign to you to have to dress down out of your people also knew you as your father's child, your father's bastard child. So like trying to not be perceived as that, yeah, it makes perfect sense you would dress down. The other Reavers who didn't come with you, though, like Brenwyn, same thing, cloaked up. Let me see if he gets noticed at all. Oh, okay. Not good rolls. He seems to be able to make it pretty successfully through. He does gather like what kind of things are needed, or at least make orders for shipments, or like things to be gathered. He does come and find you in the tavern. It like not even probably 20 minutes after you guys get there, and he's like, "Hey boss, I'm gonna need most of the Reavers to come and help us take this stuff back to the ship."
Oh yeah. How many Reavers left with us? Just the 4?
It depends. How many did you think you would have brought?
I thought the inner circles were probably 4 people.
Yeah, so the 4 of them are gonna probably need to go help.
Okay.
Go ahead, but watch yourselves. Like I said, this place isn't very welcoming.
Give me a perception check real quick.
Perception. I get advantage because I don't got my eye patch now, right?
If no.
I'm so serious.
You made me stop for a second. I was like, yeah, sure. No.
He says it so confidently. I thought that was an agreed upon thing.
Exactly. I did too for a second. I was like, huh, no, we never agreed to that.
Good try, good try. You almost got it past him.
Yeah, I almost let it fly. Kara, your new inner circle. She's relatively soft-spoken, right? You haven't really done much with her as one of your inner folks. You see her stand up, and she slips a blade into her sleeve as she walks out.
Okay. That seems good. I'm kind of hoping some other people saw it so they don't mess with her, Like,
No. They just, you don't notice with your perception anybody seems to have paid attention. Everyone's here kind of like a little bit out of it.
We're getting to it.
Drunk and hungry. Leon, go ahead.
Oh shit, you guys can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh fuck, I've been trying to, I thought I've been breaking my, fuck, sorry. Okay, I didn't think I could.
It's
sorry,
working.
Fuck, sorry. Anything else you need after my stealth check there?
Oh, did you roll stealth and I missed it? Oh yeah, okay, perfect.
Yeah, did you need more than that?
Nope, you're good. We will resolve your part after this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
we're doing this against everybody's passive. The only person who happened to probably notice is Tide. Notice just that you slipped away. Everybody else, no one's even paying attention. Silwyn's puking in the back alley. You realize when you puke, Silwyn, there's like half a roach in your vomit.
You just keep making it worse.
This stuff is nasty.
Someone continues to vomit. Oh god, I'm actually squeamish, Apollos. You will make me puke. By the way, if you continue your descriptions, I will actually.
I need you to know how terrible this is.
I need you to know I will actually run to the toilet and puke from a description of something.
Heading into character.
I am a method actress at my core.
Make for me a perception check while you're vomiting at disadvantage.
Oh great. Oh, disadvantage perception. God damn. Even through the puke.
Yeah. And maybe it's because like you raise your head just enough and notice that there's two figures at the end of the alleyway who seem to be looking at you, watching you.
What do you want?
As you
I wouldn't stop.
As you go to retch and look down, look away, you look back up and they're gone.
Spooky. Is it okay if we take like 2 minutes for a bio break?
Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. 2 minutes. Okay. 2 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be back.
That way, someone can go throw up.
Yeah.
I'm deeply considering it.
Jilly,
Jilly is deeply considering it. Oh my god! But I just finished my spinach feta wrap, and I don't want to puke that.
That would be green.
It would not be a pleasant puking. Listen, I puked up a lot of foods, so that spinach is not something you want to puke.
Oh, it's stringy and nasty. No thanks.
Puking up spaghetti is also
oh god, that's great. The worst. Let's be honest.
Right? If a noodle gets stuck in your nose, yeah. And it burns, and you gotta pull it out. Okay.
You're gonna
My favorite might very well just have to be like fresh soft serve ice cream.
That would be fine. That sounds like I would love. I would have no problem puking that. Fresh soft serve ice cream.
Right, like it's still cold coming back up.
That's great.
It just
still
tastes like
melting
ice
in your
cream coming
tummy.
back. Yeah.
It's terrible. Ice cream and bile.
Well, you know, I'm sure the
I don't
bile.
grow up this much.
Well, that's why I clarified fresh, because that way it's not like there quite yet.
Yeah.
So like it started to go down, and before it entered your stomach, you vomited back up.
No, it might have entered the stomach, but it was immediately puked back up, so there wasn't really time for bile to coat it yet.
Let's just say pledge term when I had to do a large vanilla Wendy's Frosty.
Yeah, so not like a regular thing.
No.
No, I haven't puked regularly since I had an eating disorder. Little dark humor joke. Yeah,
I started these new meds a couple weeks ago that about once every week now. It's like a day's worth of can't keep anything down. So
God.
It is every week for me, but I figured out how to make it less bad.
Like game it?
Yeah.
Good.
Mostly liquids. All liquid diet.
If I take my Adderall on an empty stomach, I like it's like harsh on the tummy, and like I will immediately like start like gagging until I go like take anything. If a bite of bread, a bite of cheese, whatever it is, then it'll like rest my tummy. But
yeah, I definitely have to go into like take a cracker mode, just see if
right, yeah, like right. Saltines.
Exactly. Yeah, I keep
one saltine. Can I handle the one saltine? Right. Do you keep it by your bed?
I keep one of those like small packs by my bed just in case. And then some of the like.
Do the same thing as pregnant women.
I know. Yeah. Suddenly medically pregnant.
I rarely like fully throw up, but I usually don't eat out at a place unless I know I'm gonna like it, because sometimes like I'll have a sensory thing where if like a texture's just a little wrong, like it'll like before it gets to the bottom of my throat, I will have to like spit it right out.
Yep. Alright.
And so I'm like, I don't try new foods where other people can see me.
That's fair. Yeah, I get
That's
that.
fair. That's fair. You're like, let me just do this thing in my own personal shame real
Like,
quick.
I'm just
before-
gonna order it. I'm a picky eater. I'm gonna try it. Nope, my brain says nope. It's not inside of me anymore, and I didn't have to do this in a public place.
Yeah, that's completely
Everybody
fair.
wins.
Exactly. No one's dining experience is bad.
I get judged by my family, but
Yeah,
it's
whatever.
okay.
I'd take family over a stranger eating spaghetti.
Exactly.
You don't want to see their spaghetti come back.
Right.
Full circle.
Family's so judgy.
Family
Family's
is
like, their job is to judge.
Yeah.
I judge you wanting. Do a better job next time you clean the bathroom.
Is that how your parents talk?
No. No. My mom would be like, Jillian, are you helping or are you hindering? I know you're wanting to help, but are you helping or are you hindering?
That sounds oddly
that's
familiar.
awesome.
I'm having flashbacks. I'm the middle of 5 kids. And I was
Okay,
raised
middle
by
child, that's why.
Middle child raised by a single mom. And she was a freaking saint. And yeah, she like that was her best way of disciplining us. Was like, are you helping? Or are you hindering?
Are you
Mom.
helping or are you hindering?
Except it was with a
I was
southern
trying to help, Mom. I know you were trying to help, but are you helping or are you hindering?
accent. I'm sorry.
Which I
Mom.
think is actually a really good way as an adult of like having your kid understand the difference between intent and impact. I
Right,
think it was actually like
yeah.
really good. Like I think that was like just a really good parenting, to be honest.
A passive aggressive parenting success.
It was a passive aggressive parenting success because it did make me think and like realizing like, well, I might be intending to do well, I'm actually not. So I need to be cognizant and mindful of what I'm actually able, like what my capabilities are versus what my intent is.
Yeah.
Very mindful, very demure.
I was
Very
about to
not-
say it.
very demure.
And I
Very
decided not
demure.
to.
Very cutesy.
Very cute.
Very professional. I don't show up to work with a green cut crease.
Can you tell what I've been saying nonstop for the last month? Very mindful, very
TikToks.
demure, very
TikTok
cutesy.
brain rot.
Right, brain rot.
Yeah.
Let's jump back in. Yeah, so these 2 figures you saw for just a brief moment, and then they disappeared away outside of the alley. They're at the very end. You couldn't make out their faces; they were completely obscured. Everything here is very hard to see anything. Everything's dark. Everything's shadowed. There is moonlight, but like if you're not directly in it, you're not really making out much if there's not a lantern nearby. Most of the crew, it takes them about an hour to gather all the things that they need to, and you do see kind of like the one of the rowboats going back and forth between the ship and shore, gathering what little bit of supplies that they need. If there's anything else you want to do, like, what are your plans here? Just stick it out. What are we doing?
Someone's gonna enter the tavern and try to like tell Timothy what she saw out in the alleyway. Like, these weirdos were watching me puke.
Can you even find me? I'm keeping a low profile.
Bitch, you came in the tavern with me. You're gonna act like I don't know who you are.
Yeah, she can.
You're
find
blowing my
you.
cover.
You guys know each other. You're not stealthing from each other. You're trying to be inconspicuous on a place that's very dangerous.
I don't know. He did roll a natural 20. Maybe he is that good. I
He
sit down
just
next to a
ceases
rando.
exist. Yeah, you
I
start
sit down
saying this
next
to a
to a
person that looks
It's a random person who looks like
vaguely
that looks like
bearded.
Timothy.
Yeah, like through your haze. Yeah, let's do that. Through
I
your
think
like
that's the
little
funniest
bit
thing
of.
Cloak he was wearing.
But it's just a human guy. He doesn't have the pointed ears. Just a human guy who has like a similar beard. But like when you look up and you're like, you realize who it is.
You guys,
it's a
say
guy-
something.
He's about 20 years Timothy senior, and he's probably like 40 pounds heavier.
I'm into your Seth Rogen look, but you're not the person I was looking for. Gets back up and looks for Timothy. Fucking laugh. He did the Seth Rogen laugh. That's so good. Okay, sorry. So when now tries to find Timothy after embarrassing herself.
Then
next to a stranger.
give me a perception, and let's see if you can find him.
I want it to be very
you
I
get
want
it.
to note that Selwyn has puke breath when she speaks. Oh, it's almost a a 20.
Roll again. I'm gonna give you an advantage because you know Himothy. You can like
Oh my
survey
God.
closer.
Not much better.
Not much better. Yeah, hard to find it. Like if he's not with the group, not really sure where he is.
All right, who's all at the table?
Right now, you, I think, after the Reavers left.
Well, what about like the captain and Anna?
Y'all get to decide. Where are you?
I think Anna probably went shopping for supplies. I don't think she'd want to go alone in this place.
Yeah.
So if
That's
anyone
probably
wanted
smart.
to do that with her, yeah.
Yeah, for sure
But
Brynwood
she
would have gone.
She probably went supply shopping just to make sure that they got that over with as quick as possible before looking for the group.
Mhm.
But I actually had a question because I remember Anna's dad saying like, "Oh, I can't go there. You need to be careful there." Does something about this place like innately feel off in terms of like the nature of it? I don't know how else to describe that.
Give me an insight.
It was
Very high.
almost a nat 20.
Oh.
It was almost a nat 20, and then it flipped at the last second.
The concept of perpetual dark seems off. But that's about all.
Okay, yeah, I was mostly just like, does she feel uneasy here for any reason?
With a 7,
but, yeah.
no. But it's probably
Okay,
through
cool.
distraction, right? You're part
I'm
of you
really focused on shopping.
Yeah, part of you really feels like you need to just get this done, get in, get out. Tide, you got anything you want to do? Or are doing? Cool. We'll say Tide's probably with you, if he went ashore. But yeah, it's just the few of you. The other Reavers have gone to help. And then the rest of Leon is not with you. I think probably if you're looking for each other, you would recognize Leon is not with you. And
I'm not gonna find that very suspicious if I also don't see
Himothy.
Anna and Timothy. So I'm just gonna assume they're all doing their
Well,
own thing.
Anna kind of would have announced before separating what she was doing.
Yeah, I'll just knock out the details of how we're gonna approach this area with Tide. I don't know all the specifics. I can't remember, like if we actually know exactly where we're supposed to go, or if we have to like do a tracking thing, or what's going on with that.
Toast, I'll let you indicate how much or how little you would want to say in this town. Yeah, that's kind of what I gather. Mostly what you get is like vague answers like, we're still a couple weeks from where we need to go. This is just a temporary stop. We can strategize more once we're back at sea.
Okay, well, I'll relay that.
Okay, yeah. Give me insight, Duzud. I'm gonna set a default DC of 10, just to see like
Okay.
do you pick up on how upset Tide is?
Nope.
Great. unless Tide, you want to roll. Actually, that probably makes more sense. Let's do this as a roll, just so you can like impose like
Opposed
if you're trying
roll?
to, yeah. Well, or like I would say like imposed. Like, are you trying to make it known? We'll call if it's higher than a 6 on a persuasion, then he recognizes it. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Then yeah, you know. I think that probably makes more sense. For the...
Okay. Well, I'm not like saying like, oh, where's the Fountain of Youth? Let's get going. I'm just like saying, like I said when I came in here, I said we can speak in code and we can write down anything that we shouldn't be saying. I pretty much just want to know how long they want to spend here, because I'm not comfortable here because of the influence of the, what were they called, the serpents, the snake boys?
Yeah, the silent serpents. Yeah, I think all of you kind of have
snake
this
boys.
Snake boys. You probably all have this sense like we shouldn't stay here any longer than we have to, just enough to get the supplies and then dip.
Are we taking the ship with us or no?
Oh yeah.
Nah, we left that ship moored, right?
You go back to sea for this. This is not where it is. You just had to make this last port stop, right? You don't head off inland from here.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure
this
out. I
is-
thought we
yeah.
were leaving inland from here.
No, this
'Cause
is just the
I,
last stop, the southernmost point of any main continent. There's no ports beyond here. You gather what you need for this last leg of the journey.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will make my way through. I mean, yeah. That's why I was trying to figure out the plan because I thought we
Yeah.
were going inland. From here. I wouldn't be doing that if like
That's
it's
fine.
something we can do on the ship on the way.
Yeah. You still got plenty of time.
Yeah. Not even spend the night. Okay. Well, then I will do adventure shit. I'm just going to, if no one else is hanging around and we don't have a clear objective, I'm going to meander around the town and maybe try to pick up on some information that
I like that.
I need to know about.
Yeah. Give for me. Let's do this as a perception check. If you're just like trying to hear news round about town, and we'll say you can do at advantage. Don't even need it because it's gonna happen over like the course of an hour. So
okay.
While this is happening, you do pick up murmurs here and there, right? People that you have maybe just quickly recognized, not as people from your past, but people from the crowd where Baldric was hung. You hear murmurs. One of the pieces is, I heard there's a ship docked in the bay. It's got a golden lion on it. Wonder if that's the one that Captain Nixie was talking about.
No, that's not good. All right. Well, I'll over this course of this hour, I'll keep picking up little tidbits like that, and my priority is going to be to try to gather everybody up to get going now that we have the supplies.
Yeah. I think like once you pick that up, it's like pieces here and there. There's a strange ship at first, and then eventually you pick up that's like it's specifically calling out the golden lion on the front of it. It's like being a big indicator of what your ship is. But yeah, eventually, again, it only takes about an hour. You see, you make your way back to the port. You do see Brynwyn with your inner circle folks grabbing like the last thing, and all that's left is the one rowboat for you guys to go back on. I need a round of stealth checks.
I'm not trying to be stealthy. I'm sick. Someone is sick.
That's fine.
I'm just stumbling.
Roll for me at disadvantage because I'm going to do this as an opposed thing. It's not that you're trying to be stealthy, but it's like, I need to see if people pick up on it. Oh, that one. That sucks. Timothy's good. Tide's good.
Am I doing this at disadvantage again, or just straight?
Let's do a disadvantage because unless you've like changed your posture, and then do it
No.
disadvantage.
She doesn't know.
Oh, you already did yours. Yeah. Okay.
They were both threes anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered.
So
do I roll here or no?
You're still separate unless you've like tried to come back.
No.
Okay.
No.
Then you don't need another one because you haven't been in town. You slipped out of town, and it's like when you come back, the question is like, how quickly do you come back? How long do you think it took?
Well, I think it was actually a fair amount of time, wasn't it? I think there was a good amount passed, right?
Yeah, a little over an hour, I'd say. So, especially if like all of this has gone down. I mean, it's probably been like an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours that you guys have spent here in total. So like
I think it's still a bit of time yet before Leon's back in town. Yeah,
I agree.
Okay.
You guys do eventually make your way back to the rowboat. There is a small group gathered off to one side that all seem to be kind of like looking in your direction, and you notice that Leon is not back.
Where the fuck is he?
Where is that guy?
Where is Leon?
With that bad perception check, or stealth check, does anybody approach me, or what's going on with that? Is that something I don't gotta worry about right this second?
Did it as group stealth. There were
Oh.
more
Oh, we got
successes
good.
than failures, or it was like it broke
Thank
even.
God.
Yeah.
There was a 20.
There was a 20. Yeah. So you guys broke even. It's not like particularly being noticed or anything like that. But you do notice, and I think even just with your passive perceptions, everyone would notice there's like a, and I wouldn't call it a crowd gathered, but there are definitely a group of people gathered that weren't gathered before. You can pick out some of them are looking at into the ship or at the ship in the harbor. Some of them are looking towards you. No one has approached or anything at this juncture, but you do, and I would say just like actually do this for me, Diza. Give me an insight check.
Insight check.
You gather that these are probably like serpents who are gathering for a reason. Best reason you can think of is if they've identified as this the ship. The ship is your ship, the one that's being sought after. There might be a bounty.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All right, I'll start getting the rowboat ready to go quick.
Can I
and-
distract them while this is going on?
Are you out of your vomit-induced state enough?
I just
to...
wanted to use the prestidigitation, okay, a little cantrip magic, okay, to have the smell of a fresh baked pie, like come from like the opposite direction
Okay.
of like the group, so that they want to leave because holy shit, who has food?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I like this. I like this a lot.
Okay.
They're gonna be forced to float away on the fumes of the pie.
Yeah. Give me a persuasion, and I'm gonna roll disadvantage for them.
Okay. But I'm using prestidigitation.
I mean,
That's
okay,
cool.
you can roll an advantage. That's fine.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
That's all I'm looking for. Oh, I'll take that.
Okay. Yeah.
Indeed.
Hell yeah. Yeah. I mean, you succeeded with 13.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just not picky. I'm just not scared. I'm scared.
No, I like it. I like it. This is a perfect use of like and like being aware of the surroundings. Yeah, this smell of pie does kind of like pop up around them, and you see like most of them get distracted, and one of them's trying to like pull them back, like, come on, we're on a job. And then like most of the throng start to just like walk towards this.
They're looking for that pie.
Uh-huh. Yeah. and then but there's one that remains.
Okay, as I'm getting stuff for the ship ready, I might want to try to intimidate this last one by like maybe not being as careful with my cloak and having my pistols get brandished as I'm like moving around to
Okay.
put stuff away.
Yeah, make for me a intimidation check. God. If there's any time to
I got
it.
I got the yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a roll opposed to it because they can't score higher. Yeah, like perfectly, you go and flip your cloak as you're like getting ready to push the rowboat back into the water a little bit, and it brandishes these two Ethereum pistols, and you see like this person, they don't stop looking at you, like they keep gaze, but they step back into this like darker shadowed area until you lose sight of them.
Nice.
How long are you gonna wait for Leon?
I mean, I feel like we have to wait for him until he gets back. Like,
We have the bands of far
Yeah, I was
speech. Can we
gonna
just message
say,
him and be like, bitch,
He's
where
got
the
a
fuck are
band,
you?
right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's got a band.
How far do they work?
500 feet.
Okay, you can try.
Leon, where are you?
No answer.
God damn it.
500 feet's not very big.
If we duct tape two of them together, then we can get 1,000.
Right, can we get like... Can we get,
I mean,
can I-
can't
No
Tinka
compound.
like send a
Can't
something
Tinka
to
do
somebody?
something?
She could.
Yeah.
She's not with you.
She's on the
also-
ship.
She's
so
on the
maybe we go back.
ship!
You could.
So
go
maybe
to
we
the
go
ship.
back to the ship. We tell we or how
Or
far are we from the ship?
Walkie-talkie Tinka.
I mean, it's
She's on the ship.
offshore. It's. I mean, you're at least a couple thousand feet. You don't
Ah,
moor that close. If you could just go and talk.
Dang.
Are there
I'll
any
have to-
animals around, like any seagulls or anything?
There's bats.
Oh, that works. I'm gonna use speak with animals on myself.
Okay.
And go up to some of the bats and say, "Excuse me, have any of you seen a man about yay high, white hair?" And just describe Leon.
Okay. At first, it just sounds like that weird, like squeaking, like. And then eventually, you do hear them speak, and there's a couple, like a couple of them that are perched upside down, and like one tilts his head kind of like a dog does when they're like confused, and they're like, speaking. You say man, what man? Yes, man everywhere, man.
I'm looking for a specific man, and I'll describe Leon again.
Right. I gotta do this as like a comprehension roll because bats are dumb. Let's just do a flat roll. Let's see what it is. 19. Yeah. Some of them are very dim-witted, and they're like man. What is white? But one of them seems a little smarter to you in your speak with animals state, and drops from the like banister that it's on and starts like flapping, and he goes, "Yes, man, outskirts of town."
Outskirts of town? Could you lead me there?
Yes, come. And they start to fly off in the direction.
I'm gonna look at the group and go, "He's this way," and run after them.
Okay. Yeah, and they're flying at like a pretty fast pace, but not like terribly fast. If you're running, you'll be able to keep up. It takes you.
Were all the Reavers on the boat back on the boat? Or
Yeah,
were
they
any
took
here?
they took the other one. It's just your party
Okay.
now. Yeah.
Okay. Should one of us stay with the boat?
The bats are leaving. You need to make a decision right now because I'm running.
That's what I'm asking.
You can either
I'm
decide or
assuming
not to
Timothy
decide. We'll say
tied.
that's like a Duzu decision.
All right, well I'm staying with the boat then. If nobody else is gonna, if everybody's
And
running.
will stay with Dude.
Okay, cool. Yeah, those who take off. It's a little bit of a run up the right side. They kind of take you outside the city a little bit, and they find this little bit of a worn path. And heading up this path, after quite a bit of a distance, you eventually make your way into the area where there's a chapel. It's very worn down.
Why is he here? He's in there?
Mm-hmm. Yes, he's here.
Is he
He's
alone?
Here. No. Other man.
Did he come here willingly or was he taken here?
Yes, came on his own.
Okay. Thank you so much for your help, little one.
Yes.
Can I pull out like a piece of fruit that I just bought and give it to them?
For sure. Yeah, and it like comes down and takes it, and it like starts like gnawing at it, and it's like, ooh, what's this? I've only ever had bugs.
I think you'll like it.
Yes, and it like flies off.
All right. Can I look in through the windows, or does someone stealthier want to look in through the windows?
I'd say it's like you and Syl, and Tide's probably there, but that's up to Tide if he wants to. Where he would have been, I guess.
Do you guys have any idea why he'd be here? All right.
Yeah, you can give me a.
I'm peeking through the windows.
You are or not?
I am.
Okay, just give me an investigation. I'm not gonna make you roll anything stealth here. Yeah, you look inside. What you see is a pretty worn down interior with what looks like a freshly painted wall.
No sign of Leon?
Not that you can see immediately.
Can I use the band of far speech?
Yeah.
To say, Leon, you here? I'm at a chapel.
Leon, where would you be here? You can say here or other and leave it at that.
I think other.
I think so too. Yeah, you don't get a response.
Not within 500 feet? Weird.
500
All right. Well, this bat might have lied to me.
The bat's still behind you. It's like, no, there.
Are you sure?
Yes, there. Walked inside.
How long ago?
I don't know time.
That's fair. All right. Thank you again. All right.
The
In that
bat's like
case, if I
40
don't see
minutes.
anyone.
Yeah, 48 and a half minutes.
Well, he could have been like long time ago or short time ago or.
Yeah, I mean, what is a bat's perception of time?
That's totally
especially in
fair.
the
All
dark.
right. I'm just gonna. I don't see anybody inside. I'm gonna go inside.
Okay. Yeah. You go inside. There are candles still lit. Like I said, there's a smell of fresh paint. You can see this painted wall. You see where there are like paint buckets still on the floor, paint brushes on the floor. Give me another investigation in here for what else you might find. Hard to say. Yeah, it's a small interior chapel kind of space. It's pretty run down, but it seems like it's being renovated. You do.
Can I?
Mhm.
Sorry. Can I knock on that wall to see if it's hollow?
Yeah, for sure.
Ooh, smart.
It's pretty solid. Seems like even just from your judgment of being exterior and interior, like these walls, there's not a lot of space in here. It's surprising where anything could be that's not directly in the open.
Any loose-looking floorboards?
Not with a 7. I mean, well, yes,
Not
there
with
are.
7, that's totally fair.
There are loose floorboards everywhere, but they look just worn, like they've flipped up over time. Nothing that looks like recently moved.
Can I kind of just tap around on the floor with my hoof?
Yeah.
And just see if any of that sounds hollow?
Sure. Yeah, it takes a few minutes of you kind of like going around and tapping in these different areas, and every time there are places that sound
a few times.
Yeah, more or less hollow. You find some that like are like splintered. You hear like a little bit of rattling as you push down on those. Definitely tons of them with like open loose nails. But nothing that really indicates like a subfloor. You do see remnants of, like, where all do you look? You just like look behind every nook and cranny as you're in here.
Just kinda, yeah. I'm
Yeah.
starting with like big structural
Sure.
things like the wall and the floor in case there's a secret room because he's not out in the open. But then I'll start checking every nook and cranny, and if I don't find anything there, Anna started off as a barbarian for a reason. She's gonna start to look really annoyed.
Oh God.
How long do you think you're looking in this place? It probably took you 15 minutes to run all the way up this trail. Yeah, at least a couple minutes searching through, tapping through.
I think if I don't find anything within 10 minutes, Anna's gonna pull out the band of far speech again and start shouting, "Leon, where the hell are you?"
Yeah. Nothing from the band. You do eventually, like, I mean, as you're looking around, you do find like one little area. There's like I don't want to call it a false wall because it's not, but there's like a definitely a separation between the rearmost wall and what is very clearly a door. When you open the door, there's like a back room with a unmade bed and a cup of tea. The candle's still lit. I mean, it's like it definitely looks like someone has been here recently.
Any rats scurrying around?
Not that you notice. No, it seems like there is remnant of like rat trap.
Are there any like pots and pans or anything like in the room with the bed?
Yeah, and like a small coal stove or wood stove, like a wrought iron or cast iron stove place that's like emitting some heat. It's a fire, still coals lit inside. Maybe is used for heat as much as it is for cooking. Uh, Pots and pans. Yeah, it's everything you would expect for like this to be a living space. A bedpan.
All right, I'm gonna grab a couple pots and start banging them together. Anybody who's here better come on out.
Yeah, you bang. Um, you make a quite a racket. It's strangely silent for all of the noise that you're making. Leon.
Is it silent as the grave?
Because there's gravestones outside.
Hmm.
How much time do you think would elapse?
I think we're probably getting towards when there'd be yeah, I think it's probably about that
Yeah.
time.
So Anna, Sylvan, as you guys are in this back room, banging these pots and trying to draw anything that happens, you see this bright sudden flash of light and hear kind of this thunderous crack from the other room. Then you hear voices.
God damn it.
I'm gonna have a hand on my sword and walk out there.
Yeah, what you see is Leon and this elderly priest. His hands on Leon's shoulder. Leon's smiling. The priest is smiling. Then he kind of turns and is startled. He recognizes or like sees that you're there. He's like, where did you come from? What are you doing in my chapel?
Someone comes out to also surprise him from the back room.
Yeah.
Sorry to intrude. We finished and we were looking for our friend here so we could depart and continue. And a little birdie told me that he was here.
Oh, a little birdie, you say? Well, all are welcome in my chapel. I'm glad you came. Anything I can do for you while you're here? Obviously, your friend is quite fine.
Just him, thank you.
Oh, very well. Well, Leon, it's been an extreme honor and pleasure. I thank you for your kindness and trust that you have everything you need for your mission.
Absolutely, Father. Thank you so much for your help. Won't be forgotten.
Same. You likewise. Well, be blessed, my son. Until we meet again.
Absolutely.
Before Leon can move, Anna's gonna grab his collar and drag him outside.
Whoa, what's going on? What's happening?
Why exactly did you feel the need to walk off without telling anybody?
Well, I've been having some doubts.
Oh.
But I had a chat with the father here, and honestly, he's really helped me a lot. I feel a lot better, and you'll kind of notice Leon kind of after he kind of recovers from kind of being pulled by the collar, he's just kind of dust himself off. So he's gonna stand a little bit straighter. Like before when he was on the boat, he was probably looking like a little sad and whatever. But now he's kind of looking a little like standing straighter, a little bit more like an extra sparkle in his eye, like he's kind of a renewal of purpose, if you will. What do you mean we have to get going? What's going on?
Nobody feels comfortable staying here longer than they have to. We're trying to get everybody together and get moving, except for we turn around and you're out of the far speech band's distance. No one knows where you are. I had to talk to a bat to find you. We look over to see the happiest little bat still finishing his fruit.
Nomming away.
He's very sweet, but still.
Oh, don't worry. Nothing was wrong. I was
I
safe.
nearly started breaking the walls in there looking for you.
You shouldn't give in to your baser urges.
Anna
like an
looks
angel.
like for a second that she's gonna punch Leon and stops herself. Just come on, and starts walking back.
Okay, and then Leon will follow.
Nearly getting into her base
Someone
urges.
waves goodbye at the old man
to the father
in the shack. Yeah, goodbye.
He as you do that, you notice a particular like look in his eyes, and he smiles, a very peace inducing smile, and you feel like this rush of comfort come over you as he smiles. Roll for me a fate
I'm
dice.
suspicious. Okay. I found this to be so. God damn it. Fate dice. Which one?
Is just the one that says F
The
or
fudge.
whatever, fudge, yeah. 0. You don't really know why you feel at peace, but there's something unique about him that clearly has rubbed off on Leon.
Someone just narrows her eyes slightly, just slightly, and then, for a moment, returns them to normal, then turns on her heel and follows the group back to the boats.
Just next time you're gonna walk off, say that you need a minute and tell us where you're going for safety purposes. What if something had happened?
We'll have faith in Tetros to show us the way. Do not worry, Anna. He's
You may have faith in Tetris, but I have faith in these pickpockets to get you when we aren't looking. So just tell us next time. That is all I am asking.
Sure, we'll communicate, but there was nothing to worry about.
Meanwhile, back at the ship.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect pivot point. Yeah, they're on the way back.
So I hear you like cows.
So Himothy is actually having a conversation with Duzid in Dwarvish.
I love that.
Because I think we hinted at that before, and I think Duzid was kind of surprised. So like this time, it's actually going to be a longer form conversation while we're waiting at the boat.
Let me make sure I speak Dwarvish.
You're a dwarf. You definitely speak Dwarvish.
You never know. I made this character, and I didn't know what I was doing very much. So, yeah, I think I speak Dwarvish. I speak it. That's one of my only 2 languages.
Yeah,
so,
that and common.
Yeah.
Plus, Himothy figures like it's probably less likely to be known by people here compared to common. So
that's smart thinking. Have any of the brigands showed back up?
Yeah, make for me a perception check for while this is happening, while you guys are there.
Okay, perception. Should Himothy make one too?
Yeah, both of you.
Okay, cool.
Not that you notice.
I don't like how you worded that.
Well, I mean, not that Himothy notices. Duzu, no, you don't see anybody.
Okay. Yeah. Well, good. That's my biggest fear right now is we have a split up group, and there's a lot of people that don't wish well for us. So.
Yeah. Well, while you're waiting there, yeah, plenty of time passes. I mean, probably another 45 minutes or so before they come walking back up. While they're approaching, you do see somebody, Duzud, who kind of like steps from one of the shadows at the far end of like the path where they are, and they hold out a piece of paper just to those passing by.
To our group passing by?
It would be
like
to Anna, Silwyn, and Leon.
Oh, okay.
Oh. Someone took the paper, I guess?
Okay. Yeah. Do you look at it?
What does it say?
Yeah, it's a note. It says
Leon will hand the guy a coin for bringing him the note, by the way.
Great, yeah. he takes it and kind of like nods and then dips back into the shadows. Very, very hard to see. Like, this person seems very sly and quick to appear and disappear. The note reads, "You're not safe. Your ship has been made. Get Elias out of here."
Oh shit. We gotta leave right now.
Okay, but we can't make a big show of it, so we gotta still move. Can't be that obvious.
Dudes are just going, help!
Dude, isn't
me!
Calm down. Quiet.
Gee, why would somebody need to communicate their location to us? Nothing bad could happen, right, Leon?
Because
Right?
Dude was
Right,
already
Leon?
convinced of this 45 minutes ago or whatever, so he's ready to go. I have everything.
You ready? You
the
get
rowboat
guns
is
on your
hanging off
hips.
by
You
a
keep
thread.
touching the hilts, the handles.
And then Leon will respond with anything that happened is just Tetris's will. Do not worry. We will see this to the end.
I'm not trying to die for Tetris's will. So I'm like, all right, let's
There's a
let's make our
vein
way.
popping out of Anna's forehead.
Yeah, dude's like, he's just like thinking about his money back on the ship. He's like, it's worth the money. Do it for the money.
Timothy's anxious because he's with Duzu, who's probably pretty anxious to go.
Yeah. I had a weird question. There's no reason for it, but does Duzu know about Timothy's wish coin?
I think the only people who do is Anna and Leon. Oh no, you would have mentioned in the last episode that you had it, right? And that you had thought about using it, right? That was something you said. So yeah, you would know.
Okay. Disney's kind of looking over at his pouch like a dog looking at a nice steak on a window. Just like, oh, that's an awful nice. That's an awful nice thing to have. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that.
I need everyone for me, as you guys are moving this final little bit through the city, or at least Leon, Sylvan, and Anna. Make for me a perception.
Not great.
No, Anna, with your nat 20.
Nat 20?
Yeah, you notice that same hooded figure kind of watching you and moving through the buildings as you guys are moving closer. They're following you, but from a distance.
Anna's gonna tilt her head towards them very discreetly.
You can barely make out with your perception because it's a nat 20. You can barely make out this beard, kind of longer hair, and inside of a hood, and they lift a glove fingered up to their lips, in the hush kind of symbol.
Is there another rowboat near us, or no? Is it just ours?
There's boats galore, rowboats. There's full on ships. I mean, everything is moored here and docked here.
Okay, just checking. All right, well, I'm ready to go whenever they hop in.
You guys, go ahead.
I'll say, I was just looking at something. I'm like, never mind. Nope, never mind. I was looking at my Whisper Glide boots and how Sky Step works if necessary, but I think we're don't worry about it.
You cast invisibility and start walking on air.
Right?
Oh
God.
You guys do make it to the boat. You're able to get pretty well successfully pushed off from shore. It's about that time that you have made your escape that you do recognize a group of people kind of all moving towards the docks pretty quickly. The one figure who was standing by pulls out a pouch from their pocket and throws it in front of the crowd, and it erupts in flames. And then you hear from the shore, "Go now!"
Run.
Yeah, you guys, you're on the rowboat. It's at this point you're able to get back. The flames stay kind of almost in this wall of fire, that's separating this group. Not the spell, but it's coming and going. And you do eventually see people jumping over and through the flames, getting to their own boats. it seems like some are heading out towards you with rowboats. Others are all kind of like stacked up on, or stacking up, and looks like they're trying to pull the mooring lines to ready one of these other larger ships. And you guys make it back to your ship. You need to go quickly at this juncture. Anything holding you back from setting sail?
No, hurry.
All ass.
Yeah.
Let's
As soon as the
go.
last
We got
person
everybody
in the
here.
ship, I'm kicking off. Like I've had everything ready to go. Like I even
All
had
hands on
the,
deck.
Yeah, I
And
think
you-
just do a quick head count and
There you
we're,
go.
we're
Yeah,
out.
head count.
Head
Anna,
count.
Anna's gonna do the preschool teacher thing where she puts her hand on everybody's head as they come into the ship.
Give me an investigation.
Not counting great.
You can count great. Yeah, seems like everybody's there. Everybody's ready. You guys pull up the anchor and start sailing south. Not far behind is another ship in chase, though they're moving a bit slower than your ship, but they know you're headed where you're headed.
I'm gonna tell everybody about the hooded man that I saw on the way.
Do we have cannons on our ship? I couldn't remember.
You do. You
Yeah.
have 4 cannons, 2 on either side.
Okay. As
Any
soon as we're
pyroclasmic
within...
potions?
No.
Oh God, no. No.
Do we have any more
Stowing.
pyroclasmic potions left?
As soon as we're within like the 500 feet of the walkie-talkies, I'll definitely have the reavers have the cannons ready on land
Oh, yeah,
side
that's a good
to
idea.
fire volleys at the rowboats.
Are you gonna actually have them fire?
If
just
they're
stay at the ready?
within cannon, yeah, like I mean, if they're obviously trying to board our ship uninvited, then yeah, like blow them out of the water, you know.
Yeah, the ship doesn't seem to be able to move quite as nimbly as yours. It's an older ship, right? It's got much more tattered sails. It's also facing in the opposite direction, so it's having to like come about off of a dock. So you guys are able to like get pretty far out of view by the time you recognize that it's coming, but it's behind you. I'll say like there's nothing that like prevents you from firing cannon shots at them. You probably could hit them if you wanted to after you guys are all like off the rowboat. It's up to you to determine whether or not you would do that.
Like I said, if they're looking like they're trying to board, like if it's a
Yeah,
beeline,
it doesn't look like they're trying
It's gonna
to
be obvious.
board. Well,
They're
yeah,
just
it's hard to
chasing us,
say.
right?
Yeah, it's definitely a chase. You don't know if they're trying to board or not.
Yeah, because I mean, there's a lot of sea, there's a lot of real estate. So like, if I take it in
There
a
is.
threatening way, I think we should fight.
Okay,
it.
so make
You know
me
what
an
I mean?
insight and say, see if we'll do it this way, if it's threatening or not.
Because the other thing that is kind of making me think this is when he threw the fire down and he said "go now," and then everybody started running.
Yeah.
Like, that's I don't know if that helps my insight check or not.
Absolutely. Yeah, it makes the DC lower. And luckily, yes, even with a 5, these look threatening. These are Nixie's people. I mean, you've recognized even just in your short time here, bounty hunters or pirates or whatever. If especially with what you heard, your ship has been made. Both what Silwyn knows and what you have known from what you picked up. It seems they're coming after you, so you can choose to
Alright.
fire volleys.
Yeah. Like as soon as they're within cannon range, start firing the volleys and like have more prepared. Unless like anybody is like extremely objecting this, like.
Aren't we faster than them? I don't think we need to
As
fire
lo-
on
as-
them.
I don't think we need to fire on them until they're directly interacting with us.
We're
Is that
probably
the
gonna.
captain's decision as well? What's the tide think as
Also,
well?
I mean, anybody can do what they
What do
want
you
to,
think?
independent of each other, right? If you're having to do this on the fly,
Right.
tell me what your instinct would be. Go off your instinct.
We outrun.
So
Uh,
probably the way that manifests is like tide sees Duzu trying to get them all ready to and prepared, and he says, "Hold your fire," and you guys continue to sail.
All right. Whoever. So I'm pretty confident. I went back and found. So Leon, as the first mate, can rally to have one crew member have like a good advantage on their next roll. So like whoever's like gonna be most getting us out of the way, whether it be like the guy on the steering wheel or like the guy directing the wind in the sails, whoever that is. Leon's gonna try to rally him. He's gonna be like, "We need to get out of here. Come on, man, you can do it. Let's go."
Yeah, I think everyone has like that sense of fear and anxiety, and basically everybody is on their game right now. And with that rally, you do see, and I won't say just one in this case because you're speaking to a crew, right? You're kind of as much as you can, and I'll say even like you and Tide both giving these orders and directions and support. They're pulling the sails and able to like give the short sails that give you more speed, basically. And yeah, you guys are taking off. If you watch over the course of like the next hour or two, you eventually lose sight of their sails behind you into the dark. They're clearly not as fast, but they definitely know you're heading. The question is, would Tide have, just if you're trying to run, would you have gone straight for the heading, or would it have been like, let's get out of the way and then we'll course correct to the correct heading out of here? I'll let you answer that, Toast. Yeah, I think if it's quick as possible, it's like we'll figure out the heading once we're gone. Yeah, so you've sailed only like a couple hours out of the way before you eventually do lose sight of them. If you at this point you have to change your heading. The question will be whether or not they can follow you without knowing you're heading in this dark. Right? It's still nighttime. You do begin to make your heading. I need 4 checks for what's about to happen. We're going to do these in weeks of travel for expediency. The first check is a command check. Tide, this is you. It's a charisma roll, and you can do this either as persuasion or intimidation based on like what you think like are going to be more commandeering or persuasive. The DC is 10. Okay. The second roll is a navigation check. Leon or Duzud, this will probably fall under you, or Brenwyn. DC is still a 10. The way we'll do this is as a navigation check is going to be a wisdom roll, so like D20 plus your wisdom modifier, and you can decide who's going to do it.
Doesn't matter. I'll do it, I guess. Okay. Before I do this, can I during this period of can I ask to do a thing, or are we just rolling and then we'll handle that later? But how do you want to handle it?
It depends. Like these rolls are pertinent for travel. If it's related to travel, do it. If not, then you'll have a little bit of downtime.
Okay, well, all I wanted to do is like after like Leon went to the chapel and stuff, he wants to, so he's gonna ask Tide if there's like a spot on the boat that he can like make into like a dedicated prayer space. Okay, and then so he's just during this time, then during Leon's downtime, he's just gonna spend time like making that space and then like praying there, and if anyone else expresses any interest in it, he'll involve them and whatever.
Cool. We'll come back and resolve that's all I want. Stuff in a minute. Go ahead and roll for me this D20 plus wisdom.
There you go.
Exactly, Tide. There's definitely room. You rolling, Bull?
Did it not come through?
I didn't see one, no. Oh, wait, yes, I did.
There's another.
No, I see it. I'm sorry, I was reading the title. 11. Okay, yeah, success. Third is a survival check. This is going to be for... I got that one. Perfect. Nice. And then the last one is a perception check. Anyone who hasn't rolled can choose this one.
Mommy.
Okay. Perfect.
Cool.
Is there any way I can give the help action to Tide for the commanding, like to try to get the reviews in order?
Because you rolled another one, no. Someone else could have.
Okay.
Could be. We'll say
I
like
gotcha.
that's a thing. If they have what we would equate to proficiency, I'll say you or Leon could do it, but you couldn't roll for something else. You're forfeiting your
gotcha.
action. In this case, even though we're not like, we're just
I get it.
oversimplifying things. Cool. So this first week, Tide, the thing that you notice is like there's a lot of fear lingering from those who have just come back from the Narrows. Stories start circulating about being chased and what you've witnessed, and like it's not that the crew is hard to handle necessarily, but it's like they're distracted. Where you're headed, so with all the other ones were successes. Let's do perception first. You don't notice, that's a great perception, you don't notice the sails on the horizon at this juncture. Within this first week, you don't notice that they're coming, if they're following you. Tide, within this Duzud, within this first week, you check the stores, you work with Anna to kind of like make sure everything is in order. You don't notice any spoilage. I will say, based on what you have said, you can now not roll this roll again, unless you're going to intentionally try and make it deceptive. And then Anna will have to check behind you. Navigation wise, it's a success. You pull out your compasses and you begin heading to the next place, this final place, or at least the final main location to travel through. Tide hasn't been completely open about what this leg of the journey looks like, and he can tell us just how open he's willing to be. But Tide, this is mostly knowledge for you. Everyone else, no meta. It's a few weeks travel to this location. No one goes this far south for any reason, and those who have been unfortunate to venture this far haven't come back. Aside from you, Tide, much of the southern parts of the world are unknown. These are what they consider the Dark Waters, the place where Leviathan live and Shadow persists. This next location you know well, or at least well enough. It's a place known as the Devil's Pass. You remember it vividly as you think back on the final days with your old crew. The Devil's Pass isn't on any map. It's not something you can just stumble upon. It's something that you have to navigate to and through to get where you're going. But you remember it just like the rumors foretold, this place where the world ends and nightmare begins. Every sailor has heard stories of the fountain, and some stories have been told about this pass, but most believe it to be myth. Where the promise of divine fortune and endless life will make a man do foolish things. And you thought you were prepared. You thought your whole crew was prepared, but you were wrong. The entrance is guarded by icebergs. Not just any icebergs, but these monolithic sentinels, taller than any mast and thicker than any castle wall. They loom as much as they do in the entrance in the distance, as far as you can see. They're shrouded in mist. Their surfaces glow with this eerie red light that shines from somewhere deep below. Navigating through them is like threading a needle in a storm. The air is thick with sulfur and steam, and mist rises from the water as if the ocean itself is boiling even amongst these icebergs. They're alive with this red fire, these veins, red veins, glowing and pulsating, casting a hellish light that makes the water around them seem to burn. Then there's a sound. Oh, the sound. The sound of the wailing of the damned. At least that's what they say. The cries of those who've been lost to the past, those stuck between death and life, echoing only through the ice. The symphony of horror mixing with the howling winds and the creaking of the ship timbers you remember sailing through last time. 3 men were lost to the madness of those cries. They simply walked off the deck, their faces blank, their eyes empty, and dropped into the cold sea below. No one even had time to cry man overboard. They were just gone. You remember the dark shapes that move in the water, these monstrous and ancient things that shouldn't exist in any sane world. The Leviathan. They followed you, sometimes brushing against the hull, sending shivers through the timbers and your spine alike. The journey through the Devil's Pass took days filled with terror and death, but somehow you pressed on, driven by a desperate hope. And then against all odds, you reached it, the heart of the pass. There, in the midst of this frozen horror and fiery death, you found something unexpected. The frozen dead sea, alight with fire, collided up against this wall of swirling clouds. Sailing through, you could feel it as the air changed. The howling winds ceased, the oppressive cold lifted, and you passed through the clouds and emerged into calm waters. Clear sky up above, light raining down. A peaceful horizon stretched out before you, tropical and temperate, beautiful by comparison. And then there, far off in the distance, was an island. An ancient island with long ruined structures, overgrown with vines and moss. Stark contrast to the hellscape that you've just left behind. The place you sail for, once again. You have a week. I need someone to roll for me a d6.
I can do that.
Not it. Perfect.
Cool. The first week out of port, much like the last days traveled into the Narrows, is cold and dark. Seemed like a possible dawn might have come, but nothing ever came. Light that might have been seen was merely just a glimpse here and there, and never truly a dawn. Sailing these waters is very difficult, and where there was once enough help aboard in these waters, the command of the crew is to stay vigilant. Everyone has to be on their guard. There is no resting here. Everyone is working or sleeping, and that's it. If you're not working or sleeping, you're watching for ice, watching the sea, keeping an eye on the horizon for the dangers that you know are coming after you, and then also dangers you don't know. Not like I said, not really any downtime. As you're traveling, because it's perpetually dark, during one of the what would equate to nighttime shifts, you find a crew member muttering to themselves, standing on the deck. They're not wearing their cloak, not wearing any kind of cold weather garb. There's frost on their face, this like icy burns from the sailing, and they're muttering to themselves. When they approach, they give this dire warning of an impending death, some disaster that's coming. Something's coming. Something's coming. We're doomed. Something's coming. And as you approach, they snap out of the trance and remember nothing. They just seem normal, cold. What am I doing out here? And they run back below deck and grab their cloak and go back about their business. Like I said, not a lot of downtime in these weeks, but if anyone has anything in particular, Leon will say you're able to like establish your room on like the first day, but outside of that, you don't really have a lot more to do. You can use that room if you want to as like your new quarters or something as well.
Given that Himothy is like working toward carpentry, he probably would have helped Leon if there was any sort of like actual building out that needed to happen in that room.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, like 'cause you just want to make like a little shrine and then like probably keep it working at it like over time. Like it doesn't have to be immediate, right? Just his new project, I guess, right?
Yeah, and you'll have downtime. Just not now. Traveling through this first week, there is a somewhat still patch of water as the hours go by, somewhere towards the end of the week, and a reaver calls from the crow's nest that they've spotted a dark shape in the water. Everyone who would go to like investigate, give me a perception check. DC is only 10. Oh yeah, dude, you're definitely seeing this.
Oh, Selwyn, you're so silly. You have bad eyes.
Don't worry, Selwyn, I don't see it either.
I mean, it makes sense that Duzud and Tide, who sailed similar waters, would
Right.
see it.
Totally.
I
Anna,
actually see
yeah,
something
you-
for once. I never see something.
I get to see something cool. Yeah.
Sick.
Those of you who passed, you do see this dark, shadowy figure underneath the water moving around hundreds of feet. It's enormous. You're only kind of getting the surface, or like the top part of it as it's swimming around. This dark shadow is circling, but after a few moments it disappears into the deep. But just before losing sight, you feel the ship lurch briefly and a scraping sound heard in the lowest part of the ship.
Someone immediately runs down to investigate and make sure the hull is not damaged.
Okay.
Yeah,
Give me an
Timothy's
investigation.
gonna do the same.
Duzud's gonna do something that's like a not a tradition, but like a more of a superstitious thing.
Okay.
And as soon as this,
Oh.
like after this happens, he's going to grab a cask of vinegar and start pouring it down that side of the ship, basically.
Okay. I love that.
I love this. I love this so much. Little superstitious things.
Yeah.
Anna marks that down on her inventory.
It's like one cask of vinegar. Like drops in the ocean. Yeah, and you just terrible whiff of vinegar as you're pouring it into the ocean, and that maybe that's what caused it to go away. You don't know.
Love your post hoc fallacy there. Great job, Apollos.
Not good for anything except randomizing verbiage here and there.
Is the hull safe?
Give me investigation.
Can I give her the help action?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, thank God, I needed it.
Oh, good call.
Well,
Yeah.
Timothy.
I mean, he's the carpenter. It makes sense.
Totally.
Yeah, with your 14, you notice.
Wait, he's a carpenter, like pallet. Are you Jesus? Is Timothy Jesus?
He's working,
my
working towards
God.
carpentry.
Sorry, I just had a moment of wondering. All holy and stuff, and he's a carpenter. Is he Jesus?
He's not the
Sorry,
son
I
of
just-
Tetris.
I need to know. Okay.
Not that we've established.
That I know of. You could
Not
be
that we
lying to me
know
right now,
of.
Apollos. You could be lying to me.
I have
can't
not made
trust
that
you.
canon.
Curious, as if Timothy maybe did. Okay.
He hasn't told me anything. Still, when you notice moisture, but it doesn't seem like a leak or anything. Himothy, you do find with your keen eyes an actual leak. It's very small, something that can be repaired with like just pitch and tar, some waddling. But yeah, it's not like created like a big leak or anything.
Yeah, I'll just
Very
patch it and
moist.
report it.
White.
Oh,
moist.
you just fixed it. Okay. All right.
Yeah, with this carpentry.
Great work,
carpentry
Timothy.
skills, yeah. I'd say like this doesn't require a roll or anything. It's simple enough, right? Especially once you've identified it, you can just take some of that heated tar and swipe over it. It'll be something you want to keep an eye on, especially if you're
Yeah, and definitely
sailing
report
through.
it up to the captain.
Yeah.
Know that, hey, we got this little bit of a leak. Just we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do so that'll close out week 1. Go ahead if you had anything.
No, that was it. Sorry. I
cool.
meant to. That's supposed to be an internal wait.
Wait.
I'm like, why is my finger guns at Timothy? How come it's not the cool looking where it's like yellow? What did I do wrong? You know what I'm talking? Don't worry about it.
Did you slash me?
Slash me finger guns at Timothy.
Leon, towards this end of the week, Viz comes to find you and asks to speak with you privately.
Absolutely.
Is there somewhere we could go to be away from the crew?
Yeah, anywhere. I've been setting up this shrine room back here. If you want to come here.
Of course, yes. Let's go. This is not nothing particularly concerning. I just need to speak with you.
Yeah,
and he
absolutely.
follows you into your little sanctuary. Leon, my friend, you were particularly quiet about what happened with Sana, and I noticed you were quick to depart from the ship once we reached port. Did you not stay to see the hanging? Or were you hidden somewhere amongst the crowd? I could not see you.
I saw it. It was rather disturbing, but uh, I don't know. I wasn't sure what was going on there, and it didn't seem best to interfere.
Of course. I would have agreed. I could see from the shore. I couldn't hear all of the words. My senses are still quite keen as a dragon, but I couldn't hear everything. It sounded, however, like some kind of betrayal against these serpents. What happened?
There was a man. He seemed to be, I don't know, some member of authority within their organization who accused the other guy of being a traitor and betraying them, and I think he hung him. I think it was a little bit performative though, for the crowd. I think he was trying to set a set a tone for the city.
Make him an example. You're saying.
Yes.
What were his crimes?
I honestly, I don't really recall what he said. I think it was just being a traitor and going against the order.
I see. That place had a very dark aura about it. No?
Oh, very much so. Yes. Though there were some lights to be found within it.
Oh, really? His eyes kind of light up as you say that. What do you mean?
Well, as you noted, I departed early because I was having some doubts. The way everything had been going, it was I was starting to question, I guess, not only my own purpose, but that of those around us. And I found a man in a temple, and we had a talk, and he helped me to see that just because the methods don't always they're not everything is always black and white, and sometimes the methods that you use to achieve the right ends, well, sometimes it's not an easy decision. But these are my friends, and these are the people that I have to complete this mission with, so I'm gonna endure. I'm gonna continue on.
Mission. This man sounds quite wise. I have been thinking a lot about this mission. From what I understand from speaking with all of you through the last few months, I'm starting to get a clearer picture of what we're up against. I can see more clearly now that it is not just the Titans, it is not just Morrigan, it is this spreading corruption, this evil. You've mentioned as much yourself. I have not experienced it myself, but I understand there are celestials that you speak with sometimes. There's a war happening at a universal level. This mission, do you believe it your calling to stop this spread of evil, just of everything?
Yes. I've shared with you my past, I believe, right, Fizz?
Yes, of course.
The Tetris has given me salvation from a life of eternal idleness, drifting, completely without purpose, and he has set me on this path. And whenever I have my doubts, he steers to correct. And I think it is my purpose to not only to remove the evil that is obvious, but in anything that we see crop up.
I see. After speaking with your holy man, do you believe it is? How do I work this? Do you believe it is in the same interests of this adventuring group as a whole? Do all others share this same conviction?
I'm not sure that they all do.
That is my fear as well. You see, Leon, I do share this conviction. I have been previously trapped and imprisoned by such evils. I do not want that to happen to me again, of course, but I do not want that to happen to anyone. My convictions are such that I'm not strong right now, Leon. You know this firsthand. I'm not myself. But if I can be myself again, if I can grow my strength one more time, perhaps not just myself, but we have a chance at something heroic. Something world-changing.
Viz, that has always been my. I mean, obviously, I would try to get anyone cured from this sickness that's been eating from you, but certainly that's always been my hope, is that we can restore you to, your the power that you once had, and hopefully with that you can help us destroy, especially Morrigan, and maybe take on these Titans as well.
Yes, she needs to pay, but I think she's merely just one of the corrupted. I think I am joining you in this mission in such a way that I have not previously communicated, but I would like to do so now. I'm with you, Leon, at whatever cost.
Well, thank you, Viz. That it means a lot that you are committing to this at this time. I appreciate that.
Of course. I must ask, what can we do to ensure that the rest of those who travel with us are aligned? I have fears. You have said as much yourself. Maybe perhaps not all are on this same journey. We need everyone we can get.
Well, I mean, we can certainly talk to them. I think that maybe if we just refocus their attention, maybe not for all, but maybe that'll be enough.
Perhaps. Convictions are not always something that comes through just being spoken. It stems from the heart. Perhaps conversations need to happen. One thing is true, Leon. In my former glory, I was strong, but I was not strong enough to face her by myself once before. She is stronger now. I dare not try and take her on myself.
Well, I will be there with you, and we'll do our best to make sure the rest of this crew will be there too.
Yes. Yes, my friend, I think we have work ahead of us. He kind of like straightens up. He puts his hand on his shoulder and says, There is not one more that I would like to do this with than you. I'm proud to call you a companion.
Nah, and I'm proud as well, Fizz. Call you the same.
He smiles. Let us return. I do not think we should tarry too long.
Certainly, certainly.
And with that, steps out. He goes back to being busy about the ship. He has picked up his own duties in his semi-restored state with this. At least the potion seems to be working right now. He seems a little bit more energized, invigorated. It's like the version you saw of him after, like, really as long as he had been gone and come back, had been fearful and hesitant, and you kind of get this sense of resolve from him in this state where like seeing what he's seen with Santa and seeing this hangman situation, or the hanged man situation, witnessing what you all have witnessed. He no longer can choose passivity. That's kind of the stance that you're getting from him. So, with that, anybody else have anything for this week?
No downtime, but presumably we're fishing, right? If we're able.
I thought you. I was gonna say, depending on how much downtime we actually had, because you said we were either sleeping or working. Because like the only thing I would think that would be maybe a priority eventually is changing the lion on the ship, because that's obviously making us stand out a lot more.
Conspicuous. Yeah, I'll say like during this time, it because there's like work that needs to be done, then yeah, you can make that a thing that you guys are doing, especially to keep the Reavers occupied when they're not specifically on shift. What would you want to change it to, or do you just want to like paint it?
I think it's the captain's call, and I think Timothy would probably be the best
Yeah.
to help us
Trying
change
to
it. Since
carpenter
he's so good
a
at-
new
Yeah.
masthead, whatever they're called, figurehead. Tide, any
Yeah.
thoughts? Toast.
Would
Any
our
ideas
quartermaster know like what like you know, because like she knows like the noble houses and stuff? Would there be like a specific like, you know, thing that would appeal to that by any chance?
It depends on what you want. Do you want inconspicuous? Do you want a something that comes off as I mean, because you're sailing a noble's ship, right? This is a noble house from Manway Bay, from a continent already. Yeah,
Yeah, we're
you're
floating on a
ship.
golden ship right now. A prince was gonna buy it.
Yeah, it's got gilding all over the place, right? The figurehead itself, right? The reason it's a lion is because the lion was like a major symbol of that house. There are symbols by all noble houses. Again, it kind of, the question is like, what do you want? Are you just trying to make it look inconspicuous? Just a newer ship, then you would have to paint over all the gold. If you wanted to get rid of the lion head, it would require carpentry. Skilled carpentry.
I mean, like, if you wanted to hide it as another noble house, we could hang like tapestries over the side with the symbol, or like fly flags with that house's symbol on it. And I could just pick a random noble house, but I don't necessarily see what that gets us, you know?
I just
Leon, I guess, was just thinking like just the hide as someone else in plain sight or something.
Sure.
Yeah, I just wanted
just hide the lion.
Like it could either be hidden or carved to look like something else, just because like people are saying golden lion, and at least like if it's a golden like falcon or a golden whatever, it's not a golden lion.
Yeah, so I'll say conceivably what you can do while at sea. and with a semi-skilled carpenter in Himothy is you could probably like hacksaw job
Maybe a
the
golden
front
bowl.
off and just turn it into like no figurehead.
Don't we just cover it in pitch so it's black?
Isn't one of our
paint it, yes.
125 gold crew members a skilled carpenter? I'm pretty sure
No.
that's one of our skilled positions, isn't it? Damn
No,
it.
Augustus was the skilled one, but he left. He was the shipbuilder from Farangol.
Oops.
He went back.
Damn it.
But he's been teaching Himothy. That was like the whole thing, was he was teaching Himothy how to like at least keep a ship up.
Oh, the basics, and I'm not proficient enough at it yet. So yeah, it'd be hacksaw job on my end. I mean, that's what you're getting from me.
But again, you could also just paint it, like
Paint it.
cover up all
Just
of
paint it in pitch
the
or
gold
whatever.
with black anything.
We can get the pitch off later with a good solvent, which someone is definitely aware of because of college.
Yeah.
She's college
It's-
educated.
It's basically cleaning acid. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up to you. You've got options. Tide, if you don't want to carve it up, then painting is probably the next closest option. Yeah, I tend to agree.
Himothy's gonna look sad that he's not able to cut it off.
Just wanted to chop it off.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, you'll definitely be able to like get it from its gilded state into a pretty well hid state.
Fine.
Duzud, I'm gonna have for you to roll for me, James, just a D20, and then a D. Well, two. Let's do. Okay. roll for me. 4d6. To get it successfully covered is going to take 2.5 weeks. So most of this leg of the journey, but that keeps people predominantly occupied, so that's not terrible.
Okay.
Good resolution. That's it for the first week. I need a repeat of all of the checks. DC is 12 across the board. The first one is the command, either persuasion or intimidation from Tide. Navigation, perception, and survival. You can choose who's doing what other than Tide on the command.
I'll do the survival.
Okay.
Am I still doing the navigation? I'm only like I'm not a huge wisdom, so.
Yeah, someone giving Tide the help. It's up to you. Anyone who's got like, Brynwyn can roll it if you want to give him the help action or give Tide the help action. Oh yeah.
I think Tide's got the other one, right? Tide's got the persuasion.
I'll give somebody the help action because I wasn't doing any of the checks.
Okay.
But that's with advantage. Is that what that is?
Yeah, it lets you roll with advantage.
Okay, I'll do the navigation with Anna's help then. I guess that'll be.
And then Brynwyn will give you the help action, Tide, as kind of like
No, I guess I
standing
didn't need it.
behind you and
I'll
is like,
roll it
yeah, get
anyway.
it together.
I'll roll it anyway.
Damn.
You do have an eager bugbear to stay in the captain's good graces.
I think Silwyn and Duzud rolled the other ones.
Oh yeah, oops. What am I rolling?
rolled the survival.
Wisdom?
I think
I
you
don't
did
have a lot of
no,
that.
I think we're good. The only one that needs now is Toast, and you get to do it at advantage for the command.
Oh,
check.
was it
Woo!
Toast?
Yeah.
Mm.
it's Toast.
Thank God.
Toast.
Give him a second. He's
Didn't he roll?
Oh, did he?
he rolled the
Yeah.
persuasion.
Or was that? Oh, okay.
You
Yeah.
want me to roll again?
So wisdom. Duzu did survival. What was the other one? What am I missing?
I think it was a perception.
Persuasion?
Perception. Yeah.
Navigation.
So when you did perception, that's right.
Oh.
Sorry, Toast. Yeah, you're good with the 16.
Wait, from before? Oh yeah.
Keeping track of 4 things is awful.
I'll help you where I can.
Okay, yeah, help action, so you get to roll at advantage, Sylvan.
No. I meant like help you try to remember the 4 things.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I'm gonna give you the help action anyway, because I already said it.
Okay.
You don't need it. 12 was the DC. It's successes all around.
Woo! Hooray!
It's not like I can really help. I don't have whatchamacallit on
yeah,
that.
the best
Proficiency.
perception,
Yeah.
So all around, we'll say probably because the Reavers are being tasked with something, they stay like perfectly in line with like, oh well, it's sleep, work, sleep, work, sleep, work. Some of it is more arduous tasks, the pulling of the lines and trimming sail and all that stuff. But then the painting is kind of mindless, right? For them, it's just an activity to do, so it keeps them pretty in line. The skies this week grow quite clouded, though, and there's no stars to navigate by. The compasses that you carry tied all kind of seem to get strange. You have multiple of them, right? There's the one that goes to whichever location you want. There's the just regular one. There's the one that goes to Farangol, but they all seem to start acting strangely. What you believe to be south seems to mostly veer east. Almost like the tools themselves are trying to steer you away from where you're headed. And it takes a ton of effort to navigate and steer the ship, but with all the crew's help, you're successful.
Leon checks the flesh compass.
Flesh compass is blank.
Oh.
Okay.
You feel tingling in your arm? No. You also see or like feel the shifting of the tides here. It's almost like they're trying to drift you away as well. Something about the water, everything here is just off. In the deep dark hours when only the night crew is manning the ships, those who have sleep have shallow rest, believing themselves to hear whispers in the dark, these indistinguishable murmurs that are happening at hushed levels. But whenever they investigate, nothing. They don't find anything. You can sense as the days draw on that the crew begins to grow a little bit more restless, more anxious. Somebody roll for me a d6.
I'll do this.
Not it.
Okay, go for it.
3 different people said it. What are we doing? All right.
Got it. One, don't know if it's day or night that you're sailing. Just out of the darkness, there's suddenly this stunning aurora borealis that appears out of nothing, almost like an explosion of color across the sky. It illuminates the dark with these surreal colors. I need everybody who would be on the top deck. So like we'll call this like a day shift. So basically everybody who'd be above deck. Sylvan, that's not you. That would not be Tinka, but probably would be everybody else. Make
What are we rolling?
A wisdom saving throw. The DC's 12.
If people are near me, do they get the +4 on that, or
advantage? Or this?
Okay.
Same, but +3.
Perfect.
So
they don't stack. You'll get the +4.
And is this a spell?
It's not a spell. It's a natural phenomena.
Okay.
Seemingly natural phenomena. Okay.
And I either +3 or +4, depending on
Perfect,
if Himothy is close to me. So that'd be either
successes all around.
19.
That's great.
Well, I think the +3 is already built into yours, Anna.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's not.
No. Because that would be +3 on. I mean, it's the same thing that you've got. Yeah. I have normally it's a +5, and then it's just +3.
Sick.
Okay, because I know for my aura it gets built into my modifier.
Oh, maybe mine does then. I don't know.
That's why I get the +6. It's because I get.
Oh yeah, Anna, your wisdom is -1.
Okay, no, yeah, that's true. All right. Well, no, I have proficiency.
No, yeah, you have a +5 wisdom. Yeah. That's right for saving throws. Yeah, disregard. So yeah, you would add it on top.
All right. Either way.
Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah.
Dude, roll for me, bro. Jamothy. James. Jamothy, James.
Sorry.
Wisdom saving throw.
What's up? Doing it.
Boom. Okay. Yeah, all of you have seen craziness, right? You've seen strangeness. Something about you gives you enough like awareness of what's happening here to recognize natural phenomena. However, some of the crew do not save. You catch one of them again, kind of like muttering, stammering, "Beware, beware."
Beware, beware the drowned light's glow, for when it shines, the dead below, the sea will stir, the waves will rise, and pull you down 'neath starless skies. No ship returns from waters bright, so turn away from the cursed light.
Beware, beware, beware. Stammering, muttering. This is an old sailor's warning. Another myth that seeing this Aurora Borealis means doom. It is not a good natural phenomenon. It is very superstitious when seen in night skies.
We're in the south, right?
You are in the south.
I'm gonna be a little pedantic because Borealis actually means north.
Whatever.
And
It's an
that's
aurora.
southern.
This isn't Earth. You don't get to pedant me. It's an aurora.
Be a little pedantic.
Australis, this ass. Kiss my Australis. Anyway, it's an aurora. It's a brilliant aurora. Nothing really seems to happen, but this one reaver in particular, and like the few who fail, all kind of like seem transfixed on the sight at first, until eventually it does fade, but then they're like stuck. They don't move. They stay kind of like frozen in fear.
I'll go around giving them spankings to wake them up.
Doesn't do anything.
That's weird. I'll try to get these ones like if they're not doing anything and they're like in shock, I'll try to get the non-shock readers to drag them below deck to try to get them wrapped up in some blankets and stuff, and maybe get some hot
tea
drink.
Or cocoa. Hot grog. You got a barrel of the swill. I'm kidding. Give me, if you will, Dude, a perception check while this is happening. There's one reaver in particular. Something happens if it's good. Yeah. You notice Elias clutching his pendant. The one he stole from Nixie.
Forgot about that thing. Well, why does he keep that thing around? I forgot.
Keeps him from being charmed.
Oh, it keeps him from being charmed. Does anyone have like detection magic or divination detection magic on the ship?
I think it does.
Okay. Could I have her and double check that to make sure that it's not being tracked?
It tells you vaguely what it does. It doesn't tell you whether or not it's being tracked. She would tell you though that there are spells that even if it like there's not like a concept of tracking from that far away. Like you can find items within like 1,000 feet. However far away it is, there are other things that you can do like scrying that would allow people with powerful magics to see other people from quite a distance away. But the trinket itself probably not going to be helpful.
Okay, so we can't determine if we're being scryed on through the trinket.
If I use when you're being scryed on, it's only happened once that someone caught on to so far. It was Zillan, and it was a year ago. I make you roll for it or use your passive perception when I roll for scrying spells.
Yep.
Okay.
It's been a long time.
It has.
It's been a long time since I had my book.
Almost like those numbers have gone up too. How would the dragon know where you are? He asked 3 episodes later. Yeah, you get them below deck, and it takes a while. Like they seem out of it, disoriented for a few minutes, but eventually, one by one, they start to kind of snap out of it and ask what happened. They're all confused. They have no memory of seeing it.
I'll just do my best to reassure them and tell them that they're working too hard, so they're getting, they're getting a little loopy.
Getting
a little
loopy,
bit of the
yeah.
secret. Yeah, they
Talk him out of the call to the void.
Yeah. And they were staring too hard into the David Borealis or whatever.
David Borealis.
Yeah.
It's from Bones.
I love Bones.
I love Bones. Booth. Yeah, that's kind of like the major event that happens this week. The next week kind of comes. These days are long. Everything is so long. It's so dark. It's hard to distinguish day from night. The crew does continue to grow more restless. You all begin to feel even restless yourselves because there's no daylight sequence to kind of keep you grounded. It just feels like just an endless drifting. You've begun to encounter these floating patches of ice as you sail onward, and the icebreaker additions, a great addition, have made traversal of these patches quite a bit easier, as you're like either navigating around or having to smash through them. It's still quite a manual task as the crew has to again trim the sails and push you through. I need one more round of checks. The DC is 15, so persuasion or intimidation tied, and then the navigation, perception, and survival. And
I can help Tide with. I'm gonna help Tide because I can do that for either of the two.
Yeah.
I'll help whoever needs it most.
Duzu's good.
Doesn't look like it's Duzu. I may need it. Yeah, I may need it. So
we are surviving.
Take it then.
Well, I took it again when I didn't. So there we go. There we go. The 19.
I helped
Perfect.
you. Yep.
And
we're smart survivors so far.
And Sylvan Brynwyn actually comes to help you keep a lookout. You're gonna roll me perception.
Okay. Thanks for helping, because God knows I don't have a great perception.
Yeah. I mean, what do I know?
Whoa, it wasn't the worst it has ever been. Oh, praise be to Jesus, we get lucky sometimes.
Awesome.
Oh, thank you, God.
Tide. You find some instances over this week of terrified crew. It's already happened a few times where this charmed or just locked into some kind of trance, whatever it may be. You find some instances of that. You come across a reaver who says they tell you they don't want to be on the ship anymore. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. But just take me back. Take me back. We can't keep going. You have another who is brought to you by Brynwyn and says they were caught stealing rations for themselves. Dude, have you been stealing rations during this?
I mean, nobody steals rations but me. No, I mean, I honestly feel like I've been working too hard to get up to my little
your antics.
My badness, because I'm sure there's a lot of ice accumulating on the ships that needs to be knocked off, and like there's just so much extra work being in this environment.
Yeah,
that I've had less time to get up to my antics, but
Yeah, Anna, you pretty quickly can see where this person has been stealing, right? They haven't exactly made it like open, but like even just a cursory look in their bunk, and you find like bits of jerky and bread and extra servings and stuff that are like rolled up in the seams of their hammock. Stuff that like when you go and count and double check, they've definitely taken more than their share.
All right. Is there anything still like intact, or is everything eaten?
Stuff's nibbled on mostly. I mean, you could definitely repurpose it, but none of it's whole.
Okay, I'm gonna take back what I can and throw out what I can't, and so that their bunk is just empty.
Okay. Do you do any kind of disciplining, you or Tide?
I would definitely ask Tide's permission first. My recommendation would be that they don't get rations for a couple days. Essentially, to even out what they've taken.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good call.
Okay.
Yeah.
Over the next few days, Duzu will take half rations and sneak them to the
To
the
this
Reaver.
one. Yeah, great.
Yeah.
You notice when you do that.
And can I see if I catch him doing this?
Yeah, let's do these as opposed rolls. Stealth versus just insight. Or well, yeah. Let's do this as perception.
I'd be pretty
You do it
sneaky
blatantly?
about this.
Okay.
So like it'd probably be only in our like quarter, like the Reaver's quarters, like unless you're like following Duzu like when he's like eating and then like he goes to his quarters.
I'm keeping an eye on that guy while he's eating because he has been stealing, and so I'm trying to keep an eye on him during meal times to make sure that he's getting his punishment.
Okay, because like Duzu wouldn't give him rations in front of Anna, so if she's like following me to the quarters, then I'd like, it's just something I wouldn't be doing if I see her there.
Yeah, so let's do it this way. Let's do a sleight of hand for you, Duzu, at advantage. And for you, Anna, it's gonna be just insight to see if this guy looks like he's hungry.
Yeah, I don't notice.
Yeah, she doesn't notice. He does seem hungry, right? But
yeah, because he's only getting half rations anyway.
Exactly.
So,
so do you. You seem hungry.
Yeah, this is like more of a show of good faith, so we don't have anybody going too crazy. Because like I understand the reasoning behind having to like, especially like publicly disciplining somebody, but
yeah, he's got to be disciplined, or otherwise everybody is gonna do this.
I've been on ships before where like this kind of behavior, like
you get keel hauled,
like met with that. Yeah, it can spiral out of control. And also, I think like he'll know that I'm disappointed that I'm giving up some of my food, so it might make him reflect on it still.
Yeah.
Duzu's not mad, he's just disappointed. Anna's not disappointed, she's just mad.
Alright. Duzu,
I'm really disappointed because I'm like, I can't believe it. I can't believe you got caught. There's one rule in the Reavers, and you know what that is. Never get caught.
But yeah, I think like very, very clearly like taking any of his reserves and then saying like you can't eat for probably just like 3 or 4 days. Because otherwise we don't want him to like starve to death. That'd be bad.
Right. But yeah. Dude, you notice like he becomes like very in line with your direction during this time. Like he's obviously thankful, grateful for the rations, but it's also like I'm sorry I stepped out of line. I won't do that. I was desperate.
Don't let it happen again.
Of course, sir.
Not when we're in these waters. This is summer water activity.
Sailing on, Tide, you know you must be getting close to the Devil's Pass. There isn't much else this far south. And so you trudge onwards, and it's only going to get more difficult from here. But a few days pass, and in the dark perpetuity of these night days, you begin to make out a shape in the distance. As it comes into view, give me a round of perception checks, all those who would be on deck. Ooh. Anna's still fuming. Timothy, you don't see it at first. It takes a while to come into view, but you, like, by the time the other three call out what this is, you can make it out. But there's a hull of a ship that's lingering in the dark waters ahead. It's not sailing, it's just sitting there kind of dead in the water. There's a name scrawled across the back. It says, the Mary Sabine. Tide and Duzud, you know of this ship. And actually, once they pointed out, Anna, you do too. This is a ship that went missing 3 years ago. It was sailing much farther north and west of here on a voyage from Sarsia to Yarma. It was commissioned and owned by a noble family that Anna's family knew well, a somewhat rival family. And the disappearance of the ship and Lord Davinrue with it was the beginning of the fall of their house. His wife and children were soon found burned alive in a mysterious house fire. Anna, prior to that, at the ship's commissioning, you were there. You remember the grandeur and the spectacle, but you also remember your grandfather's face, one of disdain as the ship was christened. Tide, you encountered this ship a few times at port as you were sailing on merchant vessels. You knew some of its crew. You had sailed with a few of them prior, at least prior to its disappearance. And the stories were that it was lost at sea, but all assumptions had been that it just sank on one of its few voyages in some terrible storm. Duzu, do you know the ship from a time when you were sailing with Nixie? She was a vessel that was talked about as a prize, particularly on the voyage that it went missing. It was said that Lord Davinrue was accompanying a bride price for his eldest daughter. He had intended to deliver it with a political statement he was trying to make, a peace to be brokered or something. You don't know, you're not into particulars. And had it been successful, it may have meant some political outcome on Sarsia, but clearly that was not the case. She went missing. It was a magnificent vessel. This ship is a heaping wreck of its former glory and looks more, well, far more aged than the 3 years it's been gone. Even for a ship supposedly lost at sea, it's old. The once proud hull is now a rotting carcass, its wood brittle and splintering as if it had weathered a century of harsh seas. The sails were once white and billowing, but they hang in tattered shreds, barely clinging to the masts. What do you do?
How close is it?
It's far enough off. I mean, like you're recognizing the ship from afar. If you wanted to interact with it, you'd have to sail closer, try and board.
I don't like the risk.
It's just.
I'd be interested in getting close, at
drifting.
least getting closer to take a look at it.
Yeah, it's not sailing tide. It's like a drift in the current.
Tis bad luck to board a dead ship.
We don't have to board it, but we might as well get a better look at it.
Tis bad luck to look at a dead ship.
Then look the other way.
That's a practical approach.
Let's get some vinegar, right?
That works. Yeah. You sail closer. It's drifting. Give me perception checks or investigation, either one. You're close enough to, depending on what you want to do, if you're trying to take the whole thing or like look for specific things. And a perception or investigation. You got closer, but are not boarded or anything. Yeah, the perception checks above a 12, you notice that there's no signs of crew, no signs of life. It's just drifting. You can hear the slow rocking of the ship as it's drifting on the water. Leon, with your 19, you notice that there are no lifeboats on board. It's perhaps abandoned. And then Anna, with your 11 investigation, what are you looking for particularly, if anything?
In particular, I think she's just looking for, one, signs of life, for two, anything that was familiar to her that is missing. Like if the crest is missing, or if just kind of more like a spot the difference sort of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, between now and when you last remember it. And for you it's been 15 years, right? Or quite a while. Maybe not that long. 10 years. 10 years because you
not 15
yeah,
because
you've
she's
aged.
only 18 years old.
Right. 6 years? Yeah, 6 years. You were
6
15
years,
before,
yeah.
It's just like math. 6 years though. I mean, that's still not like a terribly long period of time, especially when you have the memory that you do. Give for me a history check though. Okay.
It keeps landing on the nat 20 and then
And
rolling
flipping.
off of it onto the 8. And something's against me right now.
Crest is still included. It's just extremely worn. The biggest differences you can make out are just the sheer age of this thing does not match with a ship as newly christened as it was. It's only 3 years old, and a ship there's only so much from your own travels and stuff. You've seen salvaged ships before. You've seen salvaged things. The amount of wear on this is tens of years, 100 years. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't match up.
How close are we, feet-wise?
I'd say 50 to 100 feet. Pretty close.
Okay. There's no skeletons or anything walking around the ship?
No signs of life at all, or unlife. No
Yeah,
undead or
Leon.
anything.
I think Leon has to point out to everyone that, like, yeah, there's no one there, and it looks like it's been abandoned. There's no lifeboats or anything like that.
I'd be interested in looking around on the ship a little bit to see if there's any sign of what did this, but only if the rest of the crew is comfortable with that. And I can use Missy Step to get on board if need be.
Oh,
I just
cool.
need to be within 30 feet.
I'd say we're on a mission. I don't know if we have the time to necessarily stop, but I defer to our captain.
I think information helps, and if whatever did this to the ship is in these waters, it'd be good to know what did it. Oh, see, I don't have the best investigation or perception or fucking anything. These are not my skills. All right, let's move on.
You know, I think he's saying we've already delayed this long.
Yeah.
What's a little bit
That's
more?
what I'm
I
going
think
for,
just
too.
wait
Oh,
for it. Yeah.
I misinterpreted what was being said. That's my bad. I heard the wrong tone in there.
No, I definitely felt that coming. Yeah, so you can, I think, like, you're in open enough water, like it's there's like relative fog in this area. It's not like the strange fog. It's like what you would expect in cold, like a cold fog. That's just kind of like, and it's been, as you've been sailing in general, right, just rising from the water. So this is no different. You are still able to see far enough to be able to navigate in if you wanted to, like, successfully try and like grappling hook and create like an actual boarding party, like put the planks across, you could do that. Anna, you could Misty Step. There's any number of ways to get aboard safely. I think Tide, you would know that the safest way would be to try and board it like you would any other main vessel without trying to like launch your own rowboats and then trying to like scurry up the side. It would probably be easier to bring the ship to you and actually cross more safely.
Himothy would also volunteer that he can use Misty Step as well.
Oh, cool.
Leon is definitely joining the party by whatever means, and he will also figure a way across. But we're probably boarding because Ty's
You
giving us
also have
permission to
Misty Step?
stop anyway. He doesn't have Misty Step, but he has his ways.
Stone Misty Step.
Oh wait,
Paladin's
He also
getting
has some
stretching, getting
wings.
ready to teleport, and then Leon's like, "And I'll come too," and we both kind of just stop.
Like, what? You can do this? I mean, y'all have seen his wings. He's shown them
Yeah.
before.
That's true.
He'd be like, "Oh, that's right."
Yeah, but
you could wing."
if we Misty Step over, how do we get back?
We Misty Step back.
I only have a one-way trip.
Yeah.
You don't have. For me, it's a second level spell. I just
For my
use 2
sword.
second level spell slots.
I
Oh,
think
yeah. You
we
don't have
do
it.
the ship docking thing. I think probably right. Like I mean, I think that's
It's the safest way.
You're
And
right.
if there's anything that you decide you want to bring across, say like back from it, any goods or stored or supplies or anything like that, you could that would be the safest way to do it. Using ship's riggings and that kind of stuff, you could create everything you need to. Yeah, no roll necessary to
that
do
way.
that. Yeah. It just takes a little bit of time. I mean, not even terribly long, 30 minutes or so to be able to like sail close enough, safe enough, get it all boarded up and rigged and everything. And then yeah, you're able to enter into the ship. Which I didn't create a ship map for, but I did create this really cool vague
it's a map.
sort of map. Yeah, so there's 3 decks that you can explore, and then the whole list on the right side is like, where do you want to go, and I'll tell you what's in it. If you do exploration, there's obviously the main deck. On the main deck is pretty open, but you do also have the navigations cabins, the captain's quarters, and officer's quarter, and then on the front of the deck, the forecastle be like the first areas to explore. But I'll leave it up to you. Where do you want to go? What do you want to see?
I think Leon will make his way to the captain's quarters.
Okay.
First off, are there any bodies?
Oh. Not even have to roll anything. It's just no bodies.
Okay. Anna would head down to the cargo hold then.
Okay. Give me investigations for your 2 respective rolls. Nice. Diametrically opposed.
One of us did great.
That's funny. In the cargo hold, Anna, it's smelly. It is gross down here. It smells spoiled and rotten. Not just the decay of like the wood and traversing this ship, you have to go cautiously, right? You have to walk through 2 decks to get down to the cargo hold. You pass by the ship stores and the galley and the brig and make it into this central hold area. With your nat 20, you find these aged bottles of wine. They wouldn't have been aged. They would have been relatively new when they were originally boarded, but now they seem quite old. Dust has settled on them. You find these exotic animal skins. And then, of course, you find, and they're still in pretty good condition, all things considered. Definitely salvageable. You can roll me 2d4. Tell you how many you get if you're grabbing them.
Might as well.
Yeah. So they're like beautiful animal pelts, like jaguar looking pelts and polar bear. I mean, things that are like these beautiful furs that you could easily repurpose, especially with your skill. You find these rotting statues, these wooden statues that must have once been quite beautiful, but they are swollen with like the constant dampness, the sea, just the seawater exposure, and then all manner of rotten food stores, long decayed, some just next to nothing, but like where it's clear that they have rotted in the crates, and the crates have all become like these spoiled, gross crates that have just lingered with smell, and there's nothing inside. But you gather that they would have probably still been relatively full, if this journey was weeks or months long. It wouldn't have been completely used for supplies.
So pretty soon after, this is part of the reason I wanted to go down to the cargo hold to kind of see what supplies were still there. Doesn't sound like it sounds like there's a few like luxury items, but there isn't any like straight up like gold bars or anything like that. So they
not down here.
Not down here, but it sounds like they abandoned their trip pretty soon after departure, if the food stocks are all still relatively full, and they didn't take the time to like grab food on their way out. They just got out.
Yeah. I mean, with a nat 20, I'll give you like, you expect there are crates that are empty and not rotting. You expect that it probably equates to, with an average crew size of 15-20 people, assuming that's the crew size, maybe 30 days of travel. That's missing. Right. So like there's still enough to have gone on for a couple more months.
So they spent probably 30 days on the ship before roughly whatever happened. Mm-hmm. Is that enough time to get down from where I know it departed to where we are?
Not even close. Yeah, I mean, the journey north, if they were headed north, would have taken them at least 2 or 3 weeks to get to some of the northern ports. This far south. Now, granted, it's been 3 years of Kyrosian time. Could have drifted that far, but that's a long way to drift without being noticed.
The other thing I kind of, as I'm looking on the ship, that I wanted to see is if there's like sign of a struggle. Is there like big old claw marks anywhere? Is there broken things, or did people just leave?
With a natural 20, no, it doesn't look like there were signs of any kind of fight, struggle, anything like that. What you see here is like still would have been likely pretty well kept. It's just like the people disappeared. Someone give me an investigation.
I was gonna say, I wanted to let that
someone else's.
resolve. Can I use my my thing that lets me roll again, or is it been too like I wanted to let you? Okay. Cool.
Silwyn, in the brig, you find a prisoner's journal and some scratched messages in the wall.
Dear diary.
Dear diary.
Today was like any other day. I woke up, I was still in the brig.
Been here for a long time. Yeah, in the book, it's like just scrawlings. Mostly, I mean, it's extremely waterlogged. You can see where there was like original ink maybe on there. It's so splotchy and stuff though. Like it's not really super legible. The scratched messages, you see the words "never to cease" scratched. And then you find some broken shackles, just rusted iron shackles, still bolted into the wall.
There's no skelly in there?
No.
Weird. Okay, just the never to cease. Someone's gonna pocket the little diary so that she can share it with others.
Cool.
Returns back to find Anna to show her the diary.
Anna will hold up the aged wine.
Hey!
Roll me a d4.
Dibs.
See how many you find. Well, just one d4.
That aged wine is probably going to be such good quality.
Yeah. You find two
Ooh,
bottles that are
2
unbroken.
casks.
Just bottles,
Incredible.
not casks. God.
God damn it! I wanted to be a cask of Amontillado. I'm over here finding
Nah.
all of my whining.
She just figured that's what Sylvan would appreciate the most out
Yeah.
of what she found.
They're
Someone nods
beautifully
very
handcrafted.
appreciatively, and then shows her the diary and opens up to the never to cease page. What does it mean?
Is it different handwriting from the rest of the diary?
No. It's all the same prisoner's handwriting.
Yeah, it is. As in all the same. Yeah.
Never.
I've looked through it in depth. You can trust me. I'm intuiting this.
Trust me, I'm a professional.
I mean, it could mean something, it could mean nothing. I don't know off the top of my head. My first instinct is to say that, but it's to maybe there was something that didn't seem like it would end, but it's only on one day.
What if they're cursed? What if there's like ghost pirates and it's like never to cease, like they can never stop? I haven't listened to too many fairy tales. This is not a reference to Pirates of the Caribbean.
That's possible, but I see no signs of disruption. It really just seems like everybody vanished.
What if there was an evil spell?
That's possible.
There'd
The
be no
rowboats
struggle.
are also missing.
They left.
That's more what it seems like.
But why? Where did they go? And why did they probably disembarked on some creepy island, got killed by a bunch of locals, and the ship's just been floating around ever since. Problem solved.
Did they not lay anchor if that's the case?
Well, I mean, after so long, and this thing's fucking old. So, I mean, after so long, it might have just snapped. Is the anchor intact? We should look and see if the anchor chain is intact anywhere.
That is something we should look at. And
Good thinking, Anna.
I looked around. There's no sign of struggle. There's about 30 days worth of food missing, but there's several months worth of food still remaining.
Curious. Let's look for the anchor and see. I think that will help us figure out what's happened.
I think that's a good idea.
And with that, they set off.
And with that, you find the anchor is still intact. It's
Nevermore.
Yeah, it's like it was never. They never tried to weigh anchor at all.
I wish Bridget was here to detect magic.
We could say, yeah. I don't know that Ticket would have gone on here. She probably is with his.
Sounds like somebody wants to get out of voicing a character.
Leon does have a detect magic that the party would probably know about.
Leon, where are you, Leon?
I'm in the captain quarters.
Yeah,
I think as I'm heading towards the captain's quarters.
Yes,
let's,
we head
let's
that
start
way.
walking that direction.
Let's pivot over to that while you guys are walking back up.
Okay.
Yeah, in the captain's quarters, you find with both of those rolls, this moth-eaten captain's hat could probably be pretty easily repaired with a mending spell. You find a captain's journal or log. It's in pretty poor condition, similarly waterlogged, and there's definitely writing in it, but it's hard to read. Perhaps same kind of thing. If you cast mending, it might be in better condition. And then this somewhat rusted captain's sword, similarly, could be restored.
Oh, Leon is gonna go start like mending. He's just gonna mending on all the things. Yeah.
The hat is awesome. It's an awesome, like, big French style captain's hat. The sword is this beautifully like silvered and gold inlay, like polished steel once you cast mending on it successfully, and it's a mundane sword, but it's gorgeous. And then the journal, when you cast mending on the journal, the words become clear. It's like the water just sucks up out of the page, and there are a bunch of entries.
We should bring this back to Tide, have him go through it and see if he can, figure out what the what everything looks like.
Yeah, sure. Because we're specifically in the captain's quarters, anything that resembles like a lockbox or a safe or anything like that.
Give me one more investigation because you specified.
Okay.
Nope.
I should have specified the first time. Oh well, you let me re-roll, so that's fine. Okay, Leon will head on out, but he also wants to stop at the navigation cabin to see if there's any maps and stuff that are easily seen.
Yeah. Give me another investigation for that room. Sheesh. Yeah, I mean,
the lockbox, damn it.
you find these definitely like rotted maps. You can roll me a 1d4 to see how many. Four. You find this waterlogged logbook. It looks like similarly barely legible captain's notes. Not exactly like the same thing that a captain's log would be. It's more just like references to like where stars are and navigational coordinates, that kind of stuff. And then you find this tarnished sextant. Similarly, could be restored with a mending. Just a navigational tool.
Leon will, I guess, mends these things while he's kind of collecting them, and he's just collecting it all to pretty much bring back to Tide in the end, because this all seems like very Tide stuff. So
yeah, for sure.
Timothy's just gonna follow behind Pack Mule and like carrying all the stuff, like helping.
Leon, do you say to like as you're like looking around for? Do you mention like a lockbox or anything on your way out of the captain's quarter?
Well, yeah, I mean, when he was because I guess we did like a secondary look for it, so I guess probably for that secondary, it was like, okay, yeah, I'm really looking to see if there's a lockbox in here, probably, right? It's the captain's quarters. Like, I think that's, yeah.
Would be a place for one. Yeah, Himothy, if he says that, I'll give you the option to also roll investigation.
Yeah, if he says it, then I'd look around.
Okay, well, Leon says it.
I want to give you stuff.
Hey!
My DC was 19. It should have been hard again. I should make this higher than 19 next time.
Remember that time we got the jewels with the secret room?
I know.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. You. So
the odds of that happening.
Never have me roll for treasure.
I know, it's always you.
That's true. It's always you. It's always him.
Yeah, so you do find a lockbox. There's like this painting that's on the wall that when Leon was looking, like seemed kind of stuck, but then like you go and touch it and kind of like pull on it a little bit, and you realize it's just like where the salt water has like sealed it to the wall, and you pop it off pretty quickly and easily. And behind it is a safe.
So it was once again treasure behind a painting as well.
Behind the painting.
Timothy just needs to check behind every painting now.
Or I should get more creative about where things are stored, but I don't want to.
Well, I guess I'm gonna try my best to open it, but I don't have the the book smarts to do that or whatever. Gonna have to try and brute force it if it doesn't just turn.
Yeah, no, it's locked, like hella locked. It looks like
Leon.
Solid, very solid construction.
I'm gonna look at this.
Leon will come and take a look at it. Let's see here.
A lockbox.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Do we think we can? Leon's gonna kind of look at it and be like, I don't know if there's anything I can do here, Timothy. I could maybe melt it with a spell, but I think that's all I can do.
Maybe Anna or someone might have an idea.
Is there like is it like is there an obvious lock on the lockbox? Like, does it look like it could be broken?
It's a mundane safe, so it's a very sturdy safe.
Wait, are Anna and Selwyn there? Have we made it to Leon?
Yeah, I would say probably about the time that they were making their circle. Yeah, you guys would come about.
As they show up, Leon will point out the lockbox and, hey, can either of you do anything with this?
Can I examine the wood to see how strong? Like, is the lockbox made out of wood or is it
the
metal?
whole thing is steel.
Oh fuck. Steel. Is it
hit
rusted?
it very hard.
Yeah, is it rusted at all? Because it's been in the shitty ship. Everything else is rusted.
It
Is
has
the steel rusted?
Yeah, it has signs of rusting, but like not in any kind of way that would weaken a steel safe.
It's a good dry rust, not one of those wet rusts.
Okay. All right. All right, Apollos.
Is
I'm
it
giving
like
you
in the
stuff for
wall, or
free.
can we?
Yes,
can we
it's in
put
the
it
wall.
like? Can we? Is there any way to take it out of the wall and put it on the ground?
You could certainly try to like strength check it out of the wall.
Okay, because I figure stomping on the lock is probably gonna be the best way with Anna's hooves.
While they're doing that, Leon's gonna like search the desk or whatever he presumes there is like for like a key. He's gonna like look
Okay.
around the office
Yeah,
to
give
see
me
if he
another
can find a
investigation.
key.
You don't find a key.
How heavy is the box? Just out of curiosity.
Oh, right now it's stuck in a wall. Anna is strength checking
Right.
it to see if she can get it out. With a 16.
I want to help her.
Okay. And it's heavy.
Before you tell me the
It's-
answer.
It's steel. It's
Okay. Okay.
extremely heavy.
I want to help her, but I want to use Mage Hand to help her to try to like.
It's more than
use the-
5 pounds.
That's
No,
way more
no,
than
I
five
know
pounds.
it's not. Hold on, let me finish.
Uh-huh.
I want to use Mage Hand to try to help her to like go back, like it's spectral, right? So I want to try to use it, try to like loosen anything that's in the back that's like holding it down
Oh, okay.
with
I see.
Mage Hand. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if it's like
Yeah,
bolted in,
I
I'll use
like
Mage
that.
Hand to undo the bolts
Okay.
to help her get it
how
out.
How would you know if there were bolts?
Oh, I can't feel with my Mage Hand, can I?
No. You have to be able to see and know what's going on.
Fuck. All right, I'm just gonna use Mage Hand to just kind of scrape around what's going on back there. Mage Hand.
Anna, you can give
Free
me
this
advantage. I think
box
that's
for
fine.
land.
You can
Just
roll it.
scraping around, trying to just
Okay.
you know, trying to loosen it. That's it. That's all I can do.
Yeah. So with a 19, DC was higher than a 16, so that's good. Yeah, you're able to kind of begin to wriggle it loose, and you can feel where like the mage hand from behind is like, I don't know, seems to have wedged. I don't know. It does come loose and it pops loose. It's
Right.
well over 100 pounds, and as soon as you get it out, it like drops to the floor because you're not expecting the weight of it, and you hear rattling from the inside.
Can I stomp on the lock with my hooves to try
Yeah.
to break it off?
Make an unarmed attack.
Ooh!
Yeah, definitely hits. Roll me damage.
All right. So, question.
Mhm.
Can I use my ram damage instead of my normal damage?
Yeah, sure.
Because I'm using. Technically,
fine
that's
with it.
supposed to just be with the horns, but
Yeah, that's fine. For cool effective cool. You hit.
I'm just aiming for the lock to knock the lock off.
It seems to have scratched it. Not much else.
I'm gonna keep going then. Gonna keep stomping on it.
You're just like pummeling away at this. Roll for me a fate dice to see which one breaks first, the floor or the safe. The floor breaks beneath you. You begin to feel it like coming loose and eventually cracking, and you fall through the floor into the gun deck, the safe going with you. Just roll me 1d6.
Does the force of the fall break the?
No, not even close. It just
Well,
like puts a dent
what
in
if
the wood.
what if we just carry it back to the ship and we open it at the ship?
It's well over 100 pounds.
We got crew that can carry it back.
And presumably we have tools like a chisel or something.
Can I go into a rage and try to stomp on it one more time?
just keep bubbling. Yeah, sure. Do me another. What, you're just stomping on it once or like multiple times?
Multiple times.
Roll for me another fate dice.
Ooh.
Oh. Again, you're just pummeling away at this, and you hear cracking, creaking, and then the floor shatters beneath you, and you and
Damn it!
the safe fall through the floor. Roll for me another d6.
Okay.
You've taken fall damage both times. It hurts, but not terribly. You're a little scraped up.
I did go into a rage, so is that second one reduced?
Yeah, you half. So you get 1 point.
1 point.
Yeah, just a little hoof scraping. It's uncomfortable. And now you're 100 pound safe on the bottom deck of the ship.
Look, man. I'm doing my best here.
Are you sure we shouldn't carry it back? Leon will call from 2 floors
Two
above.
floors up.
I'm gonna kick it one last time, and if it doesn't open with this last kick, then I'm...
Anna, I don't know how many more decks we have left.
We don't. That's why I'm not doing a bunch of kicks. I'm doing one more.
Just one. Yeah, kick one more time. That's fine.
All right, we can carry it back.
Yeah. I mean, you've been able to successfully like ding and scrape the lock mechanism on it. It's not like an external lock, right? This is a built-in safe, right? So you're having to like pummel in the door, which is why this thing is beefy.
Oh, I thought it was an external lock. That's
no,
why I
this
was
is
doing
like
all
looking for a key on an actual like integrated locking mechanism is this safe.
I wouldn't have done all of that if I had known that. I thought it was a lock I was trying to knock off.
No, this is a one singular unit of a safe. Not retconning
can we
that.
retcon
Anna flying into a rage so much
No.
that she didn't even notice that.
No,
I am not
alright.
retconning that. This is on the bottom floor.
I'm okay with it
You
being on the
pummeled
bottom
it.
floor. I just, yeah.
You pummeled it into existence or out of existence.
I would have hit it with my sword and not my foot if that was the case, though.
Okay. Similar things where it's dinged and scraped and you dented. Roll for me a d100 and we'll say that's how much damage you've done.
I'll fire a couple warning shots so you guys know the harpies have made it onto the ship.
90. Yeah, okay, with 90, this thing's looking in really rough condition. Like, may not be too many hits before you can get it open. The harpies.
Yeah, the harpies. No, you guys just make it up. After you drag this 100-pound safe back up to the top deck, you just slowly see the other ship drifting off in the distance. Like,
Duzud's a captain now.
no, I wouldn't do that.
Well, Tide's presumably still on board the
Yes.
Gilded Pride, right?
Right.
Yeah, so.
It's
No
just-
mutiny there, Duzud.
Yeah, it's like you go to make this kind of maneuver and you turn around and you see Tide just staring at you like, excuse me.
Oh.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. I'd say between Himothy and Anna, you both can probably carry this successfully. You're both strong, right? You both have pretty good strength.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awkward. It's challenging to get back up. Takes a few minutes to get it up the few flights. It is looking rough, right? Like whatever damage Anna was able to do with the sword before the floors broke, perhaps on a sturdier surface that hasn't been rotted through for 100 years, you might be able to get into it a little bit better. So
You gotta do that weird thing where you like have to turn it a couple extra ways, like a couch through the
right, yeah. It's a very Ross trying to get the couch up the stairs. Pivot.
God, I wish I had a lockpick.
Your lockpick person left.
I
Lockpick.
think at this point I've damaged the lock enough that I don't think
Yeah,
a
it
lock
probably wouldn't work.
All right, well, let's keep Mo.
Yeah, when we get back to the ship, Leon's just gonna ask some of like the crew to like bring out some chisels to try to like tool open it the rest of the
Right,
way,
maybe
and then
somebody
he's
can-
Leon,
Yeah.
let's keep this one to ourselves, so that way the Reavers don't get a little,
they're
Yeah.
gonna notice us hauling a giant safe from one ship to the next, guys. They're gonna notice that one.
Also,
Nuh-uh.
you guys have a lot of valuables already on this ship if you're that worried about that.
And then as we're walking past Ty, Leon's gonna like put the hat on him that he found, and then he's gonna give him like here, I found these things. He's gonna give him like the books, the captain's log, the navigator's log, and the maps, because like
Awesome.
I don't know what to do with those.
Yeah. The maps are like
Alright.
once you put mending on them, they're in like really good condition. They chart different areas of the Sarsian coast, the Yarman coast, and like a direct map, a direct throughput from what it looked like their journey was supposed to be.
I think there was like a compass too or something.
Yeah,
a sextant.
Yeah, really nice sextant. Would be good for navigating when not in these conditions.
When we're no longer on rotted floors, Anna's gonna start hitting it again.
Slamming it again. Yeah. Roll me just a d20. Yeah, that's enough. The HP on this thing was 100. So yeah, you're pummeling away at it, and eventually, after falling through 2 floors, you do get the lock to break on the interior. You hear it snap with your final blow. You're able to open
Someone
it up.
cheers.
There's quite a bit inside.
Anna's gonna like put her hands on her knees and breathe heavy for a couple seconds because she put on a lot of work to open this motherfucker.
Timothy's gonna go up to Anna, put his arm around her, pat her on the shoulder, and be like, satisfied, and do a lay on hands for however much fall damage she took.
Awesome. Yeah, you're back up.
Legally again, because that's his MO.
I love it.
You know what? I am satisfied, actually.
Good.
When was that, 4?
Someone peers in. What the fuck is in here now?
Yeah, quite a bit. Roll me 1d4 Sylvan, 2d4 Anna, and 1d4 Timothy, and 1d4
Oh, I forgot to do
Leon.
a slash. Oh, that's okay. Oh.
I'm not rolling great.
We rolled 4 1s out of
Yeah,
those.
this is not great. Anna, you find 2 loose gemstones. Could have been 8. 2 loose gemstones. Sylvan, you find 1 silver ingot. Timothy, you find 1 pearl necklace. Leon, you find 2,000 gold coins. Well, that's like you've all found that
one of these
collectively,
things is not,
not
like the other.
right?
I'm gonna say.
Well, remember, it's a bride price, right? Like that was the whole concept was like this ship was lost on its voyage. A lot more gold would make sense. Could have been 4,000.
Yeah.
You also find a tarnished jeweled crown, this small bronze statue, and then a rusty dagger with like a jeweled hilt. But, you know, some mending on that. It all just comes into like perfect view. It's nice, untarnished, beautiful.
Seeing as how we have everything together, Leon will now use his detect magic.
Okay.
Oh.
Yar.
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 Okay. Nothing magical.
Hooray!
It's all mundane.
Nothing magical, Leon will report back.
Someone claps. Nothing
So-
hurts me this time.
The
Hooray!
magic was the adventure you had.
Along the way.
The magic. The real magic was the adventure all along.
Got the magic. Tide, yeah, you have this captain's log. Would you like to read it?
Read it.
Day
Read
1.
it.
Weather clear, seas calm. Crew in good spirits as we set sail to Yama. All provisions accounted for, and the ship handles beautifully. We should reach Yama's coast within a fortnight. Day 3. Encountered our first storm. Nothing serious, just a brief squall. The ship performed admirably, and the crew managed well. A good sign for the journey ahead. Day 5. We entered a peculiar mist today. It came on suddenly.
Oh.
A thick
A
fog that
mist.
clung to the ship.
reducing visibility to near nothing. We slowed our pace to avoid any potential hazards. The mist has an odd, almost metallic smell, unlike anything I've encountered before. Day 7. The mist has not lifted. We've sailed through it for 2 days now, and it shows no signs of clearing. The crew is becoming uneasy, and Skellig nearly beat Ellery to death over an alleged stolen meal ration. We've kept course, trusting the compass, but there's a strange feeling in the air. I can't shake the sense that we're not where we're supposed to be. Day 10. Something is quite wrong. Navigating by the stars tonight proved difficult. The constellations seem wrong. Their positions have shifted, as if the heavens themselves have changed. The crew whispers of strange things, but I maintain we must stay the course. Day 12. We should have reached the coast of Yama by now, but there is no sign of land. The familiar landmarks are absent, and even the sea seems different. Darker, deeper. Stranger yet, though we've sailed north, all indicators would have me believe we are further south. I find myself growing cold, even as the sun burns above. My skin has taken on a pallor, and the crew has noticed. They speak in hushed tones, but I hear them. I must remain strong. Day 14. Land ho, but this is not Yama. The coastlines are unfamiliar. Strange rock formations rise from the sea, twisted and unnatural. The crew is on edge, and I confess, so am I. We sail further along the coast, but nothing matches the maps we have aboard. My chills worsen, and my reflection in the mirror seems distorted. I caught a glimpse of my eyes. They are not as they were. Something is wrong with me. Day 17. The mist has finally gone, but more strangeness. The crew seems to have returned from whatever madness there was in the fog. But as we've sailed, we have missed every port. By all calculations, we should have reached several well-known harbors, yet there is nothing but barren coastline. The sea is unnaturally still, and the skies remain unsettling. The sun rises and sets, but something is wrong with its light. Too cold, too distant. Worse still, I feel cold, unable to get warm even by the fires of my cabin. My skin is graying, and my hands tremble uncontrollably. The men avoid my gaze. I fear they see what I do not wish to acknowledge. Day 20. We continue to sail, though I no longer know where we are going. The maps are useless, the stars unreliable. The crew has taken to muttering of cursed waters, and I find it hard to argue. I hear a voice in the waters, a siren perhaps calling from the depths, and though I would want to go to her, I know it is not real. Every day the landscape grows stranger, more hostile. There are whispers of ghostly figures on the horizon, though I have seen none myself, yet. My strength grows, but it is not the strength of life. Something else fuels it, something dark and cold. I fear I am losing myself. Day 22. We have reached what appears to be the end of the world. The seas give way to endless abyssal black waters. We've passed all land and sail only into the depths now. There is no returning the way we came. We have found ourselves in perpetual dark with no more stars to guide us. Compasses do no good. They merely spin chaotically. The crew is terrified, and I can offer them no comfort. We've found a few of them in strange sorts, dead and drained of life, rapidly aged. I fear whatever torments them is doing the same to me. I no longer recognize my own face. My eyes burn with a light that is not my own, and my skin has grown taut over my bones. I hear the voices clearly now, not just in the water, but in my mind. They whisper of the end, of an endless hunger that I feel growing within me. day 30. This may be my last entry. We have sailed into a place beyond comprehension, where time and space seem to fold in upon themselves. The crew is no more. Some have vanished without trace, others driven mad. The ship itself groans as if alive, aging before my eyes. As for me, I can feel the last vestiges of my humanity slipping away, replaced by an insatiable hunger for life, for death, and yet somehow I feel at home here in the void. If anyone finds this log, know that we did not perish by storm or sea, but by something far more ancient and unfathomable. I only pray that our fate serves as a warning.
Perception checks from everybody.
Ancient and unfathomable.
Do you think maybe there was one more day he could have written, but he's like, damn, yesterday I wrote, this will probably
This
be
will be my last
entry.
day.
It would be really awkward. It'd be really awkward if I wrote anything else. I
Today
better
was
not.
actually my last day.
I actually
Yeah.
lasted another day, and then that goes on for a week.
They said there's like a week of entries, all just being like, well, today was
Today might actually be
today
my
is
last
probably
day.
my last. I was
Guess-
wrong yesterday. Today's the day.
Probably this one.
Whenever I hear some sort of log that says that, that's all I can think of is that I'm like, how could you possibly guess that?
It's just a good guess.
It's just either a really good guess or he didn't want to embarrass himself by writing anymore.
Why not both?
You don't hear it, but you see it, Anna, Leon. And one of the Reavers shouts, "Loose, loose, loose!" Stepping out from the below decks of the
Oh my
decrepit
God.
ship is this beastly gray skin, black skin form with glowing eyes in its face and chest. You see the mist writhing and circling it. It rises from the deck of the ship and begins to make its way towards yours.
Oh, let's go check out the shit.
Do I sense anything titany from this creature?
Similar question.
Are you want just your medallion to do it, or are you gonna cast your any spells or anything?
I mean, just general sense of if this is an evil thing right off the bat.
Oh, of course it's evil.
Well,
I
okay.
couldn't tell you that.
Sylvan,
you know,
in the back
how
of your
how
head,
evil? How evil?
Mhm.
you hear,
Not one of mine.
Someone's gonna respond back in her head. Then fucking help me with it, you dumb fuck.
Shot in the dark here, and I'm pretty sure the answer is going to be no, but I just feel the need to double check. This doesn't feel either unseelie or like anything that was emerging that day that the unseelie were able to break in.
I need you to make me an insight check.
Oh,
Ooh.
let's fucking go!
There we go.
Let's fucking go!
Yes.
Sorry, I got really excited.
Yeah, this has all of the interrackings of what she was, that strange fiend. Dark. Ominous. We're going to pick up next time.
Oh my god, what a cliffhanger!
Right on time too.
Yeah.
Around time.
We'll pick up next time with some initiative.
Oh great! Looking forward to it.
Be on time.
Bye, guys.
I will be on time.
Do this again.
Later.
I'm checking my
Bye.
cantrip for friendship. Can I make this my friend?
If this is an unseelie, it's a fae, which means you can't charm it, so...
Oh shit! Or enchant, right? Specifically, so friendship definitely not gonna work.
Yeah.
Can't put it to sleep.
Nope.
Um.
I'm going to introduce a
The
new
last-
mechanic next game.
Oh God.
Oh great.
No, it's
I'm
it's-
gonna deeply.
It's good. It works in your favor. I'll give you the precursor to it now. It's a flee mechanic. Instead of having to like run away individually,
Oh, we can flee as a
if
group.
the whole group decides to flee, you can flee, but it's gonna have negative consequences.
Oh God.
I mean, what we could do is this is stupid. I don't know why I'm suggesting it. So if you pour out like sugar or salt and something in front of a fairy, they have to stop and count every individual.
That's right. They have to count every individual grain or whatever.
Yeah. So we can,
Have you,
we can pour some sugar in front of it.
haven't you guys seen like there's like an old Dracula
Also
movie where they do
cream.
that? Like they pour a whole bunch of rice on the ground and then like he just instantly says like 12,000.
Right, it's like a Rain Man situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, because he's a vampire, not a mere fae. He's a different level.
A
Yeah.
mere
Mere
fae.
fae. Excuse you.
You win.
I should have said
I
not
feel
not
like
a
you,
mere lower level fae. Sorry, go ahead.
you played your hand too, like too much when you like showed that picture of the ghost ship. I'm like, he made this too scary looking for there not to be something
To
terrible
not
on
have
this.
something.
Well,
And-
of course there was going to be something terrible on the
I know
ghost
that's why
ship.
I didn't want to touch it. And then, like the last time I was playing D&D and we encountered a ship like this, like it was all good. It's literally almost the exact same thing happened. We found treasure, we were all hyped, and then we get down to the bottom deck and there's a wraith down there, and it's just like
That's the
kills
thing.
me.
Is I was on the bottom deck. We were in the cargo hold.
I know. I'm
in the
surprised you guys
brig.
didn't.
It didn't show up until we read the book.
Yeah.
The book
We should
that
have read the book
described it.
after we left.
So true. So true. We need to do better on that.
You guys
Well,
like
at
to
least it
read,
wasn't
but-
me having a problem with the book this time. It was Leon.
No,
Hey, I
think
gave
this
it to
is good-
Tide. Tide
Yeah,
read that
it's
book that
Tide.
time.
I mean, I think it's good information for us to know what happened to the ship. Otherwise, we'd be constantly on edge, being like,
No, absolutely.
whatever happened to them might happen to us.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah. That. Alright, I'm gonna sit here and think about what I can do for next week.
You got
Definitely
time.
not gonna like secretly DM Dekiza and be like, yo, we gotta come up with a plan.
Well, we do have.
I'm taking
finger
this
guns,
OOC.
so- We do have the finger guns channel. We can talk.
You do.
True.
Channel I don't see. I
That's
think I'm
true.
in
We
it, but
can
I don't
make
see it.
That's funny.
we can make something.
Yeah,
I believe in
strategize.
us. We'll figure something out.
You guys got this.
I got fireballs. That's what I got.
Bubble.
Mm-hmm.
I have invisibility.
I can smite up the wazoo, and I got moonbeam.
I can literally only shoot guns. That's all I.
I
do.
got smites on smites.
And it doesn't matter if
Yeah.
you destroy the other ship. No one's using it anymore.
It's
fine.
already destroyed.
Perfect.
I broke through two
Yeah.
ships.
Yeah, we can just go nuts and destroy
That was
it.
one
It's
thing I
fine.
was like thinking about, like preparing on the side while you guys were in there. Like maybe like Dude wants to get people ready with like the cans or something, and then like after like I didn't hear any like crazy stuff going on. I was like, he probably like if he doesn't hear anything crazy going on, he probably doesn't care about that. And I wish I would have.
Ugh, God damn it.
It's been a long time since we did a cliffhanger though, and this was a fun one.
I'm excited.
You asked for battle.
You know, now we can ask him my question, which was that actually your last day? Or were you just embarrassed to write anymore?
Wait, I didn't even think about that. Wait, what
This
if the
is-
captain is the unseelie creature now?
Yes.
That's what I
That's it.
assumed was the
Yes,
case.
I didn't
you
realize.
yeah, it showed up when you read about it.
Right.
The captain who had changed.
I don't think he wants to hurt us. He probably needs to be
I think
cured.
he wants to hurt us.
He needs to
just
be
wants a
cured.
big hug.
I don't
He
think
just
he
needs
can
a
be
hug.
cured.
I think he needs to be cured. He
No.
didn't want this.
I don't think Unseelie are sick. I think they're just bad.
But he was a human. He wasn't always unseelie. He got fucked up. That's what I mean. He can be turned back.
I don't know if he can.
She's just saying that because she wants us to not give up on Sylvan.
I'm not. I haven't given up on
Don't
Selwyn.
give up on
Selwyn's
me.
fine. That thing is gonna kill us.
Not if we kill it first.
Exactly.
Well,
Wow.
good game, everybody.
You guys are murder hobos. All right, love you guys. I'll see you
We're
later.
murder
Wait,
guys are
we're the murder hobos? We've been running away from things, letting the big bads get more powerful.
You're right. Maybe we should start killing more stuff.
I
Maybe I
think
should
we need to
listen.
kill it. I mean,
Hmm.
Anna personally has a problem with Unseelie, so I think she's gonna insist we fight. But
We'll see. We shall see.
You didn't have to be this way. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Anyway, good game,
It does
everyone.
feel like I'm
So much
killing
later.
somebody. It feels like the cooling of Strathholm, okay? It just feels like I'm killing the infected townspeople.
Yes.
Yeah, that. All right. Well, good night, everybody.
Bye.
Super
Good
fun
night.
session.
See you guys
See you
next
next
time.
time.
Later.
thank you.
Chat, it has been fun. It's been wonderful. I appreciate you guys hanging out. We'll do this again in 2 weeks. Until then, have a good time.